Hello, everyone. And hello, and yes, that is working. You should also be able to hear my colleagues, my wonderful, wonderful colleagues who are joining me. Today we are joined by, we're joined by Dr. Dan, we're joined by Foxo,
Hello.
we're joined by Runon,
Go.
and
Like them on the beaches.
Steve, Paul, and Timu are all sort of doing stuff in the background to make sure that everything works nicely, because this is going to be an alternate history. This is an alternate history Bruships. So if it goes by anything in the past whenever we do these, this is usually the one which gets both the most fractious and has the most questions. So yes, it's alternate history Bruships.
Yeah, and I'd just like to make a request. We might need to limit any Star Wars or SO Lane questions because Dragon won't be here for most of this.
Yes, Star Wars Azur Lane will limit to when Dragon arrives, because otherwise that's cruel to Dragon. But there are plenty of other alternate history questions you can go for without going into those particular ones.
And if you are one of the four people who steadfastly both claim to hate historically informed speculation, yet consume hours of its content, love yourself. Go do something else for today.
Yes, basically, look, the nicest way, there are a few of you who really do not like alternate history. This is not going to be the stream for you. This is not. I love the enthusiasm that you show up every time, that you want to be part of this, that we are currently being boarded. Poodle has arrived.
We're currently marching on Cyberstan. Go do that and spread managed democracy.
Yes. There are many options.
Or you could go play the Elder Scrolls 5.
I just was about sending them a message for him.
By the way, Mum is right that he won't find the right address.
Yes, everyone should go play the Elder Scrolls.
He'll find it. Hey.
See, now, Fox, now I'm deeply concerned that there is a game called The Elder Squirrels.
There is a parody game of Skyrim called The Elder Scrolls 5.
There is also, there is now not only a mouse version of Timberborn, there is also apparently a squirrel version of Timberborn coming as well.
Can I just check? Is this about eldritch squirrels?
Elder Squirrel.
I think eldritch squirrels would also be worth playing for a bit, if a little bit more disturbing.
It's born from a joke from the Skyrim trailer where the voice actor is meant to say Elder Scrolls, but they basically say Elder Squirrel. So the Elder Squirrel told of your return.
I think it would work just as well if the eldritch squirrels spoke of your return. It might even be more intimidating.
I am worried about all of you involved in this conversation currently right now.
Oh, hey, it could be worse, Doc. It could be eldritch squirrels.
Can I?
We're not ageist about how our eldritch squirrels are.
All of you. I am just worried, and yeah.
Wait, eldritch squirrels. How do beings beyond time become old?
Because even paracausal beings do technically have a date of emergence in the reality of this world, so therefore the ones that emerged in this reality earlier can therefore be classed as older to our basic three-dimensional, with a fourth tacked on perception of reality.
I'm worried about all of you.
So basically, Cthulhu is the great old one, but there are newer eldritch deities than Cthulhu to our understanding.
And is Cthulhu really the oldest if there are eldritch squirrels, which might be older but less noisy?
That depends upon whether or not you believe squirrels are real.
Look, my poodle certainly believes squirrels are real.
Yes, but your poodle also believes that checking you derives biscuits.
Squirrels are real. It's birds that aren't.
No. But birds are
Okay.
real but
Oh.
birds aren't birds. Birds are government spy drones.
Right.
Okay.
I'm breaking into the squirrel discussion to say questions are now closed, but the banner's just done it on thingy.
Yes,
so,
that's what
we've
with the link in
taken
the
the 30.
system. It doesn't matter if you do it or
It's
I do
worked.
it. It ends it. It stops it being a
It's
problem.
worked.
Yep.
It's worked. Right. So we've taken 30 questions.
Yay.
And
We've already had our first
so,
super chat of the evening from Elliot James. Thank you very much for that. Okay, we've got a fair number of questions come in.
right. Have good fun answering questions. We'll open when we're down towards the 5.
Yeah.
And then I'll reopen.
Yeah, we're taking 5 at
Okay.
a time because after this, because with alternate history, they can either be very quick or very long. So we're doing back to the 5 tonight. I think that's a sensible one for alternate history.
Or is it? I need to go rip my eyeballs out.
You can decide whether the fact that here's a fun one for all of you to figure out. Is the fact that Saab are the ones proposing the Type 31 design or Type 31 base design to the Swedish government likely to make more likely or less likely to make it the design selected by the Swedish government?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question because I feel like it's a trap.
One is a Saab Bofors collaboration, and that is Bofors owned by BAE, of course, as a subsidiary of BAE, with Babcock. The other one does not involve Saab and Bofors, the two massive and still large Swedish defense organizations.
Okay, why is the one that's not involving Bofors even trying at this point?
Because it's French, and they believe they can still get it.
Well, the French are delusional by dint of being French.
They have a chance. They do. It's just I'm just looking at going, in nicest way. On one side there's Saab and Bofors. On the other side there's YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Americans joined the Central Powers Alliance in 1890 and remained in it up until the Declaration of War in 1914, joining on the side of Germany? And for context, in this, what if the British and French invaded the Confederates during the Civil War? Union won, and after war, America had held a feud with both publicly. If it's hard to see the British and French if they both sided with the Confederates, not leading to at least the Union blockade breaking considerably. Because the Union fleet is not designed to deal with the Royal Navy, let alone the Royal Navy backed by the French Navy, which are the two largest navies in the world at that time. So, as good as they are, they're not designed to deal with that as well as carry out the blockade. And with the breaking of the blockade, that would lead to all sorts of changes in history. So I'm going to ignore that one because that changes history too much. But there is always a possibility that the pro-German groups do manage to make America decide to join the Central Powers Alliance. If the Americans joined the Central Powers Alliance in 1890 and are part of it from the get-go, then there are some problems going to be brewing. For starters, the British are going to be looking at the Canadian-American border and going to be worrying about that far more than they did historically at that time. And secondly, the British are going to be looking at the Americans far more hostilely than they were then. And that's going to cause an issue because, how do I put this? The Great White Fleet happens in large part because the British are prepared to supply the coal to let it happen. The British have the coaling stations around the world. The Americans don't have that infrastructure at the time. The British have the facilities to supply them with the coal. Even if they don't go anywhere near a British facility, it's the British. I think in 1890s to about the end of to about 1920s, the British control about 75% of the world's coal transportation at sea. If the British government are not keen on letting you demonstrate your naval power, and you're a coal-based navy, you ain't doing it. One of the reasons why the Russians have so much trouble with the deployment of their squadron, that eventually leads to the Battle of Tsushima in the Russo-Japanese War, is because realistically the coal supply is dictated to them. And there is a reason why the Japanese are as viably prepared for when the Russians arrive as they are. Because, to be honest, with the coal supply as well as it was, there are very Rozensky doesn't have that many options, let's put it this way. Really doesn't have that many options. So if the Americans join the Central Power and remain in it but don't up until the declaration of war in 1914. I'm not sure if it means that they stay in the war, they join the war in 1914. If they joined the war in 1914, even if they'd been in it, that's going to have changed some of the British policies. You might well see far more. Oh, here's a question for you all, really, of all the panel figures. Do you think it'd be? Do you think the British, to deal with the perceived American threat to their forces, might build more Tiger-style battle cruisers, i.e., ones which are heading towards fast battleship from that direction, as a way to be able to rapidly deploy to the other side of the Atlantic, etc., and deal with any American threat?
I think that's going to depend on what the post-war American building program looks like, because either at best you're dealing with a CSA that's been re-annexed after its economics show exactly how unstable and unsustainable. There we go. There's the word. The whole chattel slavery agricultural model is, and they're dealing with the issues of reintegration on that level. Or you don't get the Great White Fleet, so you don't have this huge nationalist chest thumping to kind of defend at least some of the spending on the Navy. I need to reread this question so I actually understand it. Wow, I've gotten blind.
It's got a lot of changes in it. I basically deleted the British and French getting involved in on the side of Confederates in the Civil War, because if the British and French get involved in the war on the side of Confederates in the American Civil War, as strong as the Union is, if that's going to blow up, that's going to destroy the Union blockade of the Confederates, which is going to be crippling to some of their attacks on them. But also, the amount of, even if the British and French just stick to supplying things like rifles, bullets, and artillery to the Confederate forces, that's going to be a powerful supply line to counterbalance the Union's industrial advantages. At that point,
I just don't see how.
No, 1860s is not a good time for that scenario to go for. So I've discounted that, because the British and French, if they side, the more interesting thing would be if you had the French sided with the Confederates and the British sided with the Union, and that meant that the Americans were annoyed with the French, but couldn't ultimately do anything which would stop the Union winning the war, and it would be the America's anti-French things, because if the moment the British are involved, there's no way they can really stop the British breaking the blockade, because of the difference in the force strength, if that makes sense. It's a case of
there's also the whole thing of Lincoln. I think he came real close to firing Seward over antagonizing the British during the war.
Yes. He had the great idea that if they went toward the British, then the Confederates would come back under the flag and would start fighting with them again against the common enemy of the British. And Lincoln kind of turned around to see what it went, are you being an absolute moron?
Are you actually this stupid, or are you just high on opiates right now?
But we hate the British. No. And I say we hate the British. We might not like the British, that's true. But they want their freedom for us because of this whole slavery issue and various other issues at the moment economically. And the British are the one power which can actually have enough of a navy and can project it far enough. They could actually cause trouble to our war plans.
And there's always the Canada-shaped issue in the way. That's the
Yeah,
second
yes, but the
major
Americans
front.
always the Americans always presume they'll win the land battle versus the Canadians.
I don't know why, because we never have. But
History doesn't back them up on this, but they always presume they're going to win it.
That's because
listen, I never said my countrymen were smart.
It's more of a case of I don't think they always presume the Canadians are so nice they forget exactly what they do in war.
Yes, each shell has terribly sorry written on it
Yes,
as it's
it does.
fired.
It's not even that. It's people don't understand the difference between nice and polite.
Yes.
And the Canadians don't always understand the difference between legal and...
Look.
Oh dear God, we didn't think we needed to put that in the list of things that were against the rules of war, the laws of war. Now we have to go and rewrite them again. Poles, stop getting ideas.
No. The Poles and the Canadians both believe that the Geneva suggestions need expanding.
Regular updates.
They saw the thing. The list is on Wikipedia. The list is incomplete. You can have expanded, and they chose to expand it.
Yes.
This list is incomplete. You can help by expanding it.
Just like the list of British colonies.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to move on?
Why is
yeah, I might as well, because otherwise we'll be here all day.
Yeah, we are. Questions are closed at the moment, but Lau was trying to put in a question. If Argentina wanted the Falklands right now, at the point of British maritime company, could they really expect to take and hold the island? No.
No.
Because we're in a bad position, but the only ones who are currently in a worse position navally are probably the Argentinians. Okay? They're probably the only ones in the worst position. Plus, that's the issue. Argentina does have good, but there are enough Eurofighters, there are enough troops, and currently the troops deployed on the Falklands, I think on the current Falklands rotations, are a couple of companies of Gurkhas. So...
Good luck, have fun.
Do you want to see
if
the
you want to
blooded?
invade, you can, but you've got a couple of companies of Gurkhas, about a platoon worth of Royal Marines, and several hundred others of various other things sitting there. It could be painful.
I can think of easier ways to commit suicide.
Considering they currently, I think the Argentinians have like one landing ship that's actually viable and about 4 landing craft at a time. The offload of heavy equipment could not be very quick, and combine that with how many of their other vehicles they have, which are less than 50 years old. Yeah, this would not be good time for them. It would be a very, very pyrotechnically intriguing experience for all involved watching it.
The question is, would the kukri come into play?
It's Gurkhas, and they can do some fighting in water if they want to. Yes, the kukri will come into play.
Why did you put the Gurkhas in the water? Why? That's like putting gremlins in the water.
The Gurkhas who are upset they weren't able to invade Argentina in '82. Yes, the Gurkhas who felt that we should have established peace by dictating it in Buenos Aires. It was actually a joke. It would only have taken the single battalion of Gurkhas to do it. They probably were in defense of Argentina. It probably would have taken more than the single battalion of Gurkhas to do it. But in defense of the Gurkhas, the Argentinians had spread around so much propaganda about how evil and how powerful the Gurkhas were. They turned them into bogeymen. They'd absolutely turn them into absolute massive bogeymen in the minds of the Argentinian soldiers. And then, rather than firing up the Argentinian soldiers, they'd managed to make it their conscripts. They'd managed to make it seem like the Gurkhas were these invincible killing machines who were just going to massacre them all.
Wait, they're not?
To be fair,
no, the Gurkhas are usually occasionally stop for food and a cup of tea. That's the difference between them and those machines which they were talking about.
To be
And-
fair, if I'm fighting and I hear the Gurkhas are coming, I'm laying down my weapons, I'm laying down myself, and I'm hoping they think I'm dead.
Yeah.
Or I'm surrendering.
Michael
I
Cooch,
don't know if surrendering works.
they do take prisoners. They do take prisoners.
Sometimes.
No, they take prisoners, but they usually. I'm not gonna say it's more fun for people to find out. Michael Cooch, Russo-Japanese War. What if the Second Pacific Squadron had evaded the IJN and made it through to Vladivostok without interception? Then they have to be supplied in Vladivostok, and they're probably going to be blockade, and it's probably going to be almost a repeat of what happened in other parts of the war, with the Japanese now concentrating on Vladivostok. It is going to be problematic, though. They could rearm, they could reload, they could work themselves up there. But realistically, Vladivostok isn't really set up for that size of force to sit there.
It feels like they're basically prolonging the agony.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe some more people would survive.
no, I think more people will probably die. Because the Japanese will just be bombarding Port Vladivostok into next week.
I think also that the other problem the Russians will probably have in that scenario. Okay. Please note, I know I'm being good and I'm keeping myself down to roughly 2 to 3 cans of Iron Brew a day. I'm going back to normal, not the Christmas period. But I did spend the morning, as we were taking out the window, up in the roof, sorting out things and breathing in all that glass wool. So I'm going to get a whole bottle of Iron Brew, okay? I'm not going to drink it all, but I am going to get a whole bottle of Iron Brew.
Come on, Doc. You know better than that.
Well, I had to use. I've got.
Make it hard.
I've got a nice face mask thing,
Water
but
it
I
down.
gave that to my mum instead to protect her from the stuff of the wall being knocked through.
Doc, water it down.
Hello, gorgeous. Good boy.
I may have to send that drive off to a.
And before anyone asks,
Data recovery service.
the reason she doesn't have hers is because someone, and they will remain nameless, someone chewed it. Decided to chew all the straps off it, didn't they? Someone who will remain nameless.
Aaron.
Someone who will remain nameless.
Yeah. Maybe you can do half Iron Brew, half water.
God, no. Besides, I did
Also,
I did 3 days, 3 days in the gym, and 3 long walks last week as well. So I'm feeling pretty good.
okay, you deserve it.
Yeah.
Also, I bought like 100 of these face masks after the whole COVID peak was over for like $12.
Yeah, I know. I tried. We still have some of the COVID masks going around, but I wanted to have a proper one, the proper thing. And I find those COVID masks get covered in when I'm in the glass wall. They just trap the glass wall against my face and itches like anything. But I've now laid down glass wool on. I've done pretty much 80% of the roof. I've got 20% left to do. Admittedly, it's the most difficult 20%. It's the bit which curls around my head here and sort of little dips around the sides of the thing. But yeah, I'll get in there and do that. Okay. Night Security 1. If the British built a Long Beach class guided missile cruiser, how would the design look less like a floating abomination? Okay, so it would look like a scaled-up nuclear-powered Bristol, probably. That would be it. So you have to decide whether you like the functionality of the box, known as Long Beach, or the undulations of the Bristol design.
Or you
Even
could try and mix them both, like the post helicopter conversion Blake
no,
Tiger.
or basically, Dan, I think the thing we can agree is that there is a period of ship design in the 60s, 70s, and 80s where, God help us, none of them are going to look that good.
It somewhat coincides with brutalist architecture
Yes.
Yeah.
on land.
Honestly,
But we-
most of the brutalist architecture stuff either needs to be covered in good graffiti or torn down.
Look, I'm going to have fun because this week it's the Soviet destroyers video of the Cold War. And I've even scheduled in this year of destroyers a whole video for the Soviet destroyers since the Cold War. Which is basically going to be a video about, they want the leader class, they build this frigate. They want the leader class, they build this frigate. They want the leader class, they build this corvette. It's going to be a fun video.
they considered actually paying the shipyard to actually build the later class instead of keeping on paying them to build something else if that's what they actually want.
The trouble is, the later class is at this moment this wonderful, fantastic thing. It's kind of like any of the Russian tanks. It's both this amazing piece of equipment, which when it's built, is going to absolutely blow everyone out the water, and it's going to be better than any other ship ever built. And at the same time, it's not being built, so no one's quite sure what it is going to be. Because they keep changing design every 5 minutes.
It's in the I'm using this to siphon money to my friends limbo.
It's a perfect hypothetical. It's a beautiful thing which they could use to show, that Type 45 or that Arleigh-Burke, they're terrible. No, Leader class is much better than them. Leader class hasn't even been built yet, but when it's built, it's going to be much better than them.
So it's not even a paper design, it's a series of hopes, aspirations, and slightly drunk down the pub or school playground boasts.
It's been on the planning for about 45 years. It's about time. It's about time it either gets off the toilet or gives up the ghost.
But they can't, because they can't lose the national prestige of going, we can't build it.
Yeah.
But they can't build it.
Yes. They can't. Oh.
It's got the Kuznetsov problem.
Goodness gracious me. Bone Mill Boy. What if there is no ban on further fortification in the Western Pacific in the Washington Naval Treaty? Then Japan and America make a noticeable increase in the amount of concrete that festoons the world in the 1920s.
I mean, the Americans still can't protect Guam. They
could. With enough concrete.
It would need an awful lot of concrete.
Yes! You might triple the size of the island.
Wait, boy. Do you reckon it'd be enough concrete to flip the island upside down, like that one senator thought?
Potentially. You could go for that.
My worry would be that it would flip upside down.
My worry would be that the senator would flip upside down.
No, because it would all. I mean, the thing is that it would be something that FDR could use the New Deal work on.
Yes. Just imagine the amount of concrete that can be built across the various parts of across the world. Sorry. Just let me say I think I have it's something I have here, but I don't think it's from my own food. I think it's from someone else's mail. Oh well, it's okay. I'll give myself a clean shirt in a second. But yeah, it would be a lot of concrete. A lot of concrete. And the Japanese would be the same. They'd be fortifying all the spaces they got off the Germans. It would just be non-stop concrete. Actually, the interesting thing is that might actually, with them focusing so much on concrete for the Japanese, that could actually lower down the cost of domestic infrastructure improvements because they have to build up their concrete construction capability so much, which might actually allow them to actually boost their own resilience. Strange enough. But yeah, it would be a lot of concrete. Back in a second. Yeah, thanks to you. I'll have to change my shirt quickly.
Who doesn't love concrete and concrete architecture?
The muckiest creatures on God's green earth. Yes, you are. You are? You mucky? You are mucky. And before anyone asks, House Targaryen through and through, and yes, Daenerys was right to burn the city. It needed a redecoration. So,
I agree.
Wilson triplets. What if Hiryu survives midway and is available after repairs? That will mean they'll have lost less air crew, but that still won't make much of a difference. It'll give the Japanese another carrier for a bit, but it's not really going to help them much with the sheer swarm of Essexes coming down the pipeline. That's the trouble. At a certain, as I try and explain, world wars, world wars, especially the larger the wars you're in, the more modern wars, but world wars especially, they are wars of production, wars of construction, and wars of who retains the capabilities longer, who has more mass. And this is the thing, as we've pointed out before, for Britain, losing HMS Hood is a blow. But they've got other ships they're building. They're building the whole King George V. They've got other ships coming up the line. They've got Duke of York, Anson, Howe, all these things coming along. For the Germans, losing Bismarck, that's loss of 25% of their force. And when you consider Gneisenau at that point is going in for massive major repairs. Tirpitz is barely worked up, and Sharnos is also in issues. Realistically, it's losing their only functional capital ship. And that's the point about long wars. They are all about this sort of logistics of having this force. Carry on, Dan.
I was just going to say, whereas for the British, I mean, in theory, at the start of the war, they've got 15 capital ships operational and 5 reasonably far along, another 2 laid down, the Lion class, and 2 more in the process of contracts being sorted. So it's that Hood is... lots of Hood is in proportion to that, versus the Germans have started thinking about the H-39 class, I think, but I'm not sure they possibly laid a kind of about a paperclip's worth of steel down for the first.
That's the trouble. They're sort of laying down paper clips of steel. They're trying to do works on the yards, and this actually ties up some of the German yards for a while not being able to produce stuff because they are rebuilding them so they can build these things. And then they keep changing their mind about what the H-39s are going to be, which means they need to do more work and more concrete and more effort to remake and make the yards suitable for them.
What? Okay. Tangential hypothetical on that, sorry. Yeah. What would the impact have been on the Axis shipbuilding programs if early 1939, so like January, February 1939, the Japanese had announced the details of the Yamato class?
Panic.
Yeah, panic building.
because you've
How
got
big
in
a
nice
ship
way.
is Hitler going to request?
If the Japanese announce that, then the British basically go, right then, we're changing the King George V's to Lions, and they're going to take 16-inch guns. And everything goes into getting the 16-inch guns ready and the 16-inch triples ready. So basically, probably a couple of the King George V's, probably King George V and Prince of Wales get built as 14-inch ships, but Duke of York onwards become the new Lions. They get changed up to Lions, because there's enough similarities between the designs, you can do that. Potentially the Lions themselves get changed into 12 16-inch gunships, as that's the easiest, quickest way to match an 18-inch gun, a 9 18-inch gunship for the British is to have a 12 16-inch gunship, and similarly for the Americans at a point. For the dictators, though, who are of course these massive egotistical dictators,
Don't insult my taters like that.
Mussolini can't do much until he's finished building the Littorios, because really he hasn't got much chances. Which date again were you doing this in? They announced it in...
About February 39? Probably after they've had their standoff with the Royal Navy again, with guns pointed at each other.
Yeah, so they announced it then that they're building them, and that's what they're building.
And just in time for... And in response to... Just as Plan Z has been signed off.
They have yards which are free, because they've launched both Roma and Impero by that point. Well, no, they've launched Roma. They'll launch Roma Impero in November 1939, and Roma will be launched in June 1940. So, I was gonna say it was June 1939. No. Yeah. Basically, Roma and Impero are built as they are, and they can do nothing. For Germany, though, I don't think there's anything they can actually do. Again, I think they're going to be annoyed. I think Hitler's going to demand something, but Bismarck is launched February 1939. Tirpitz is launched April 1939. So realistically, they could lay something down. But if they do lay something down in those yards, it's going to be a lot of effort to get it built. It's going to take a lot of resources at a critical time. And it's going to entirely be about Hitler's ego. So they'll probably do it.
Which, I'm guessing, how many fewer U-boats does that mean they can build?
I will 100% think they will build like half the U-boats, and then they will build like Schwerer Gustav armed ships.
Yes.
Problem you have is that any money or investment into infrastructure for the shipyards after Tirpitz is launched is going to affect the Wehrmacht.
Yeah.
And, their war is in Russia. It doesn't need prestige ships to fight in Russia.
I mean, land ships.
He doesn't need them to fight in Russia, but again, the status, how do I put the status thing is something which you have to deal with dictators. It's a case of, okay, if he was being logical, he wouldn't do a lot of the things he does. He reacts.
It's the same.
There's a lot of issues in Germany about its organization and lack of logic going on there. So I do think he would shift into it and demand that they build something which had 18-inch guns themselves.
He kind of has to
Basically,
because of where this authority comes from.
Yes.
That Germany's not the biggest, Germany's the best.
And the Aryans
You
are
can't
the
be left
the
behind.
Japanese have the most powerful battleships in the world.
Yeah.
The Japanese.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's the same
well-known,
reason.
well-known Aryans.
Yes. That's just
That's the same reason why dictators nowadays build big buildings, like
Yes.
the Burj Khalifa and I think somewhere there's the biggest flagpole in the world,
Yeah.
and the line, all that
Look,
stuff.
Normally,
Hey, Fleet.
I just had to drop in to push back on this, because I would point out to the audience and the chat that why is everyone forgetting the historical reaction that a dictator obsessed with the pride of his nation had to that nation's prideful things being proven utterly useless?
Well, yes,
You
but
know,
you had
Hitler
this. We're
scrapping-
talking about Hitler of 1939, not Hitler of 1941 or 42.
Well, okay, fair enough.
So it's Hitler of February 1939. Hitler of February 1939. The man's ego is massive. He's taking even bigger and bigger gambles. Do you
And
think
he
he's
has
going to
won
tolerate? He's
every
going to
time.
tolerate the Japanese having a bigger battleship than him?
The problem is that well,
He's going to feel like he's so small. He's going to feel possibly shrunken by it.
I would. It's one of those things where I can see where you're coming from, but I do have to just point out that
Yeah, the other option is he just goes, I'm not playing this game anymore, and throws, I'm taking my ball and I'm going away, and just stops building any surface ships.
That is an option, but
you have Goering going, I will sink them with my bombers. Really, which ones have you got that are capable of naval attack?
Well, that's the problem. But it's trouble is we're talking about the 1930s world, and in the 1930s, the battleship is still seen as the big thing.
Yeah.
And again, he's not going to be just. He's going to be looking at it not just from the point of view of the Japanese have this, but also the British are going to react to it. And as the British react to it by Anson and Howe, at least at this period, becoming 16-inch gun battleships, pushing on with pushing on the Lions as quickly as they can, and really redoubling, because this is going to happen in February 1939, months before war begins. The British are going to be able to pour a lot of money and basically turn around to the battleships and go, okay, we need to build you as quickly as possible, because we know there's that thing coming in the Far East.
I said what I wanted to say. Carry on, chaps.
He's going to have to. He's going to react to it literally because everyone else is, partially, but also partially because he wants to be the biggest. So he's going to demand. He's probably going to demand. He's got building something which has got 21-inch guns or something like that.
The problem you have is that the reason he starts the war is that Germany's broke. He needs to expand east into Poland to take over land and to get the money from the exchequer in Warsaw and places like that. But, he sees,
That has been a very cogent argument put forward over the last few years. But the trouble is, and I do put forward this, is while certain people realise this, certainly in Germany, that the without today would be in trouble, Hitler himself, I wonder if he's ever informed that, because Hitler had already, by about late November 1938, developed a habit of shooting the messenger.
Yes, but you have the situation that Hitler had told El Duce that he was not going to start war until 1943.
Yeah.
So him going in 1939 probably means that he has got a good idea that we can't afford to keep building the way we're doing without actually being able to get the resources to continue doing that, and he can see going east as being the easiest way of doing it.
That presumes he believes he's actually going to have to fight a war. He thinks the Poles are going to collapse easily, and B, he doesn't think anyone else is going to get involved. He doesn't think there's going to be a war. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't think he's going to have to fight a war for the conquest.
Yeah, because one of the big things that comes out of the Munich crisis is the seizing of the Czech gold reserves.
Yeah.
Which is used to increase the amount of liquidity in the market to restore confidence so that the government can take out even more loans.
Yeah.
You've got a justification to the market to take out even more loans now.
Yeah.
There's also the really weird thing that so much of economics is based on confidence and perception. And So you actually end up in an insane situation where delusion could actually carry you through, at least to some extent, through things where any sane government would be
crippled
or throwing the brakes on or whatever. But there is a chance that the Germans, at least because they have at least a reasonable amount of industry and agriculture and the other things, this German drive towards autarky is not a complete harebrained scheme like it would be for, say, Britain. Britain is never going to achieve autarky. Britain hasn't been able to feed itself for several centuries. That's just a given.
That's something which is sometimes overplayed.
It is, but
usually the thing the problem that usually comes up with that, and I'm only saying this because people then comment below, so I'm going to bring it in. Is usually the issue that comes up is Britain, as in the British Isles, as including Ireland, or England, Scotland, and Wales. Because once you include the amount of food which we import from Ireland, and they export it, etc., and vice versa, you suddenly realise that actually the islands usually are productive enough that in most years with fishing and food, they can sustain themselves. Not necessarily be happy about it, but can sustain themselves. But it's tight. And that's the problem. You need everything to be focused on those things. You need to be very much a largely agrarian economy to get the most out. If the moment you start to industrialise and you start to have people moving away from farming and you don't have enough people doing the farming, enough farming going on, that's when you need to start needing the imports.
It's part of the reason the Irish Collinger was so important. And why... Basically, Ireland's a lot of very good farmland once you've reclaimed it. You've just got to reclaim it.
Yeah.
And...
Are we reclaiming
the British Isles...
Bog or from the Irish?
Yes.
Also, Cara, on the answer of the British is good to feed itself, but not with a lot of variety. Actually, that's again one of the interesting things. Traditionally, you see, the reason I know about this is I was helping a friend of mine who's preparing. They teach a course which is called Cooking Through the Ages, history of cooking and history of food. And it's really kind of interesting once you got into the detail in terms of the food, not the headlines which often come out of newspapers taking off single lines from a journal article, but actually the detail. And one of the reasons why Britain doesn't develop the sauce culture and the seasoning culture that you get in France, etc., in Italy, is because usually we have quite a variety of good quality food. So instead of a seasoning food, we just do a mixture of the different food types that you get with the various wildflowers and the various wild things we'd had growing, as well as the plants we could grow. Because the UK usually has a pretty good balance of sunshine and rain and good quality fertile soil for growing pretty much anything.
Really? You have sunshine?
Yeah. Aside from anything that requires temperate climates, like say Chile or a lot of the spice trade stuff, you can't grow that in the UK.
Well, it depends actually, because if you consider, where quite a lot of the chilies in the UK and chilies in the world were developed, especially some of the hottest ones, they were actually developed in the UK and then they're now exported and grown elsewhere because they can be grown.
Somerset, wasn't it?
No.
You got the vineyards in Somerset as well.
They did some vineyards and some of it, but most of it was actually developed about 200 yards from where I currently live.
Oh.
And they still have rows and rows of polytunnels. And they have the really old ones as well, which are glass houses on stone walls. And they have even older ones than that, systems that they still keep going, sitting there and that they use and that they used to grow this stuff in. And they still do and do a lot of developing. So this is the thing. The UK's been adapting to its climate to grow for quite a long time. What I'm trying to say here is I'm not poo-pooing Dan's point or something like that. What I'm trying to say is it's actually one of those things which is more complicated. And people sometimes try and go, oh, no, that's completely wrong. And actually it's a case of, in theory, yes, you can do this. But you can't if you want to do the other things you want, the shipyards, the coal mining, all the other things you want to have the people involved in. because to get even more land which we could get into usage, it becomes more and more personnel intensive. Because there
During the
physically
war-
becomes areas of land which really you cannot use machines on. And so this is the reality of the UK. The UK basically made a thing of, we can keep putting our population into farming, or we can put into industry and we can start importing the food. And again, it's once you sort of, if you include Ireland in the British Isles as the food producing area rather than just the UK, things again become different, and it becomes far more viable. But that's one of the reasons why Ireland, and keeping Ireland on a friendly basis, is quite so important to the British governments throughout ages, is when they're looking at UK food security.
There's actually an interesting example of this before we move on quickly. Is if you've heard of the Yorkshire Dales, in the modern day and post-industrial revolution, they're mostly grazing, pasture, and national park. But historically, they were very heavily irrigated and agriculturalized.
Yeah.
And that practice basically stopped doing agriculture there with the industrialization of York and Leeds. That pulled people away from it. Because in World War One, you saw people growing stuff there again. Then it fell out of practice. It happened again in World War Two.
During the Second World War, the amount of acreage that was for farmland went up. So we were growing actually more stuff at the end of the war than we were at the beginning. We had moved from certain types of stuff. So we were growing things like sugar beet in order to be able to make sugar rather than importing purely sugar cane. So that's how the British Sugar Corporation came about after the war. And that was due to beet sugar rather than sugar cane. So, yeah, I mean, it was hard and with lots of luxuries that, you know, like some fruit and things like that, people never saw during the war. But there were other things which, you know, what people would call stodgy food now, which is full of the calories required for people to work. You know, there was a lot of it being produced. So I think it's, you know, to say that, you know, oh, we couldn't produce any food, it's wrong. It's the variation in food more.
Yeah, because something that comes up with, well, my granddad would shut up about it, is that after the 1850s, a lot of the grain that was in the Yorkshire Dales, unmaintained, went wild and speciated from than domesticated grain, which is almost a monoculture. And then in World War II, they decimated the wild grain, and a lot of the small species that had adapted to eat that wild grain and replaced it with the monoculture again, which then outcompeted the wild grain, wiping out all that speciation, and did a lot of damage to the actual ecosystems in the area. Because the surprising amount of UK's actually protected land.
There's a lot of protected areas. Right. But yeah, it's an interesting one. We haven't done the next question, have we? So why is it being ticked?
No, we haven't.
Talk to you, Doc. You ticked it.
I ticked it? I must
You're
have been
the
having,
one.
Yeah, you did.
Must have had a brain fart. I have, yes, but it must be a brain fart. I'm critiquing myself, Leslie. What happens if Louis Mountbatten is killed on 9th of May, 10th of May, 1940, when HMS Curlew was torpedoed by S-boat S-31? Who replaced him as leader of 5th Destroyer Flotilla, and what does the fact later? In 5th Destroyer Flotilla, probably at the time, it would have been the captain of the other. It would have been... Oh, who's the other senior person in Fifth Destroyer Floater? You would probably be talking about it going to... Ooh. So it's May 1940, so we're talking about the June 1940. Look for the senior officers in June 1940. That would be Kelvin Woods as commanding officer? It would probably be the commanding officer of Kelvin. I think was another captain, but I'm trying to remember who he was. But it would be the senior officer in 5th Destroyer Flotilla. They wouldn't parachute someone else in. If they were going to, they'd probably come from one of the senior commanders in the tribal flotillas at the time. But because they're quite a lot of the senior commanders able to be brought up to be destroyer leaders. But yeah, that one's kind of complicated because there's a lot of officers moving around. So telling you which officer would replace him is kind of a difficult one because...
Also, it's a relatively junior position.
It's a Captain D, so it's a captain of a destroyer flotilla. If he's killed... The other option... Hang on, I'm going to just check. The way we might work it out, and I might be able to work it out, is if I go to the Dreadnought Project. Because they have a list. They have a list of personnel. Does it stop in World War I, or do they have the... Some of them they've got to go on to World War II, some of them they don't. Dang, they have it up till 1939. They don't have it into 1940. Sods. I'm going to have a conversation about that and go, yeah. Okay.
That sounded painful.
Basically, Mountbatten doesn't give up the flotilla until quite late in the war. So, yeah, it relatively does. He doesn't... Yeah, you've got him changing in 1940, and he wasn't taken off till October 1941. So it's kind of like they're coming out of... Well, at this point, they are coming out of Norway and Norway operations. They've already had some bad times there. You've got a lot of officers moving around. I really can't tell you. I'd have to do a very big deep dive, and even then I wouldn't be sure, because the fact is there's a lot more officers to play with at the rank of commander destroyers who can be made captain destroyers than there are officers at... the higher you go up, the pool officers get smaller. It's like, I can tell you who's probably the vice admiral who would be sent out to help out in the Far East in 1941-42. Why? Because there's like 4 vice admirals going around, and what are they normally doing and who's free to do what is kind of easy. When we're talking about commanders destroyer who are technically senior enough, there's probably at this point about 100 to 200 all wandering around. And that's presuming there isn't a spare captain destroyers who's wandering around at this point, because they're forming up flotillas. And they don't just grab someone else.
Because they're disbanding flotillas as well, because they're getting sent over to Western Approaches Command in different sized units.
Yeah, but 5th Flotilla is one of those flotillas which is not going to get disbanded.
But one of the other flotillas that's being disbanded might donate its captain to...
Yeah. That could be some of the COs could be donated. It's a fun time.
It's complicated.
What effect would that have in 42 going onwards when he starts getting involved in some of the things like Dieppe and stuff like that?
first of all, you have a massive funeral for him because he's a low-level member of the royal family, and him getting killed is going to cause a very big funeral. And then you're probably going to have him made sort of various levels of hero status that are going to be awarded him for him being killed. And, well, then it's going to be other people are going to be chosen. That's it. For combined operations, I have no idea who Churchill will pick upon. Because Churchill picked upon a relatively junior captain for that role and promoted him up. So, would he pick someone more senior, potentially more appropriate? Or would he pick someone equally junior and just go and grab them? He could pick Vian for all we know. I don't think he would get hold of Vian, because I don't think Vian would stay still long enough for him to be grabbed by someone like Churchill for such a role.
Vian would probably growl and go something like, "It's too much, it's too close to being in an office! No! No!"
Yes, it would be.
Not the paperwork. Anything but the paperwork.
As he runs out screaming and dual-wielding cutlasses.
Yes, it's
Only dual wielding. Those are rookie.
But was Mountbatten chosen because of who he was in position within the royal family, rather than his ability, or was it a mixture of both?
It's a mixture of both. It is honestly a mixture of both. He was considered capable, but he was selected in some regards because they're worried he was going to get killed, and they didn't want to lose a royal. To be fair, Churchill was more worried about him being taken prisoner than losing him. For some reason, the Royal Navy were less worried than Churchill about him being taken prisoner. They didn't think a submarine was going to randomly surface after sinking a destroyer and try and go, "Oh, we'd like to capture you, sir." They felt any submarine which tried to do that was obviously engaging a solo destroyer, and it's very rare you had a solo destroyer wandering around. Usually they're wandering around with a couple of friends, and it's a case of, "So you surfaced to capture it. Oh, that's lovely. You're on the surface. We have 4-inch guns, 4.7-inch guns, 4.5-inch guns.
We have a whole variety of them. Would you like to see them all?"
Yeah, don't be a submarine fighting on the surface.
Because the other thing was problem is, I don't know if he had any sort of celebrity before the war, but he got sent out to the States wasn't it after Kelly got sunk?
He does have celebrity before the war. He is quite a prominent member of the aristocratic class. He's quite well known for being in the magazines. He's quite dashing. He turns up at all the right events. He's photographed in all the right places. He's one of those people.
Because he does seem to be able to work the US press quite well.
He's kind of like Paris Hilton.
Oh, God. You went there.
Well, it's a case of the nicest way the girl, when she was younger, was literally famous for being famous, as far as I could always work out. And I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean, that's literally the only reason I could work out she was famous for was being famous.
Every generation has their own variation on the Kardashians.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not every generation has their variation of the Cardassians.
Okay. All right. Let's move on quickly.
You really had to make a trek to pull that pun off.
Honestly, I'm not sure now who I feel more sorry for. Runon or Foxo. It's quite disturbing. I normally don't really feel sorry for either of them. Okay, agenda 8420. Fascism escalates into a wider war between Britain and France. Who pulls Russia in? How frigated are the French? Can the Russians invade India via Persia successfully? Not at this point. They haven't got logistics lines to actually support themselves going through Persia. And their other invasion route, which is through Afghanistan, is one which I would only recommend to the foolhardy.
Or Alexander the Great.
He was my namesake, and
I think he already said
special.
foolhardy.
Yeah, special.
He did bribe the Afghans. He didn't fight them
Yes,
or
he took,
march
he,
through. He
to be fair,
bribed them.
he took the sensible route. He was not like the Russians. He bribed the Afghans. The Russians would try and fight the Afghans.
The other story I've heard is he also just committed fairly wide-scale genocide to remove the Afghans.
Well, not so
as a way
much
to avoid
widespread.
fighting.
Not so much widespread genocide as widespread interbreeding.
Yeah.
A very interesting project. One which his armies tended to specialize in, and often he was conquering people with the armies that he previously conquered people with. It does kind of help him at some points. But no, the fashion for show the incident escalates. Let's just remember exactly which battleships the British have in the water at the time. It's 1898. This is not good for the French. This is really, really bad for the French. Okay.
Is Fleet about to cry?
Well, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy has the Royal Sovereigns in service, the Centurions, HMS Renown, and I think quite a few of the Majestics in the service as well. In fact, all the Majestics pretty much are in service by 1898. I think even some of the Canopuses are in service. December 1898. Well, actually, no, not quite in service, but literally just about to come in service. The Canopuses are literally coming along. So the British are pretty heavily armed. In contrast, the French, they're a I'm hoping.
Do they at least have the Hosh?
They have the Hosh, they do, but I am just looking at what they got commissioned. So literally the most recent ship they've commissioned is the... Oh, thank God they have actually got the Gerber. And they have got the Messina and the Bouvet. I thought for a moment it was going to be they just had the Canard. The Charlemagne class they haven't got yet. No, they're still under construction. But realistically, the French are in trouble. They've mostly got they've got a couple of hotels. The Germans will probably ally with the British, mainly from the point of view of they get to beat up the French and the Russians.
The British go, okay, here's money.
The British don't give them money because they don't want them to build any more of a navy, but they'll let them beat up the French and the Russians at this point. If you end up in this kind of war of the Fashoda incident,
will they give them coal?
The more interesting thing, realistically, is interestingly enough, the Anglo-Japanese alliance, of course, is signed in 1902. But it started work on it in 1895. And considering how the Japanese already feel about the Russians, you could end up with the Japanese, the Germans, the British, and potentially, because the Austro-Hungarians might go along and might side with the Germans and might side with the Germans. You could end up, and the Italians would probably go neutral in this scenario. So you could end up with the Germans, Austrians, Japanese, British on one side fighting the Russians and the French. Ottomans don't get involved in this fight because, frankly, both. Well, if they do get involved in this fight, they're on the side of the British and the Germans because they're the two major powers they tend to suck up to. At this point. So yeah, you could end up with it being a massive war, and considering what happens to the Russians just 7 years later, imagine what happens in this conflict. The interesting thing is, though, you might not get the Spanish-American War of 1899. Because there's enough of a powder keg going off, enough of war going on, that if the Spanish had been drawn into one of the Spanish probably being neutral, would be playing very, very safe with their forces, and the Americans were probably not wanting to get drawn into that kind of war as well. Let's be honest, the Italians are going to stay neutral unless they can think they can get something off the French. And in a scenario where you've got the French and the Russians taking on the British, the Germans, the Austrians, and the Japanese, do the Italians think they can get something off the French?
Do you mean willingly or in a, ooh, I'll take that little bit of whatever?
Yeah.
Because if it's, I'll take that whatever bit of whatever, they might join in to take,
Remember, this is an Italy which has only finished unifying about 20 years previously, and are still looking to get bits of what they consider to be true Italy. So, yeah, they might have, the Italians have objections with the Austrians, but remember, the reason they don't join their pact of in the Triple Alliance, they don't join it going to war in World War One, is because of the British. They know they don't want to find themselves fighting the British. That's it. They're perfectly happy to take on the French. They've got plenty of territory they want from them.
Nice.
Yeah. Savoy.
Nice,
is very
Savoy, Toulouse.
They just want all the biscuits. Nice, Bourbon biscuits.
We all like a chocolate Bourbon.
All of them. They just want all the biscuits. It's all about the biscuits for the Italians. They think they're like tiny pizzas.
My nice niece and nice says nice is very nice. I'm going to go jump off a cliff now. It's been nice.
How does that change things if France doesn't have access to the Mediterranean after the war?
Oh, that's going to be interesting for France. I don't think they would lose. I don't think they'd lose all of it because I don't think the Italians want to border with Spain. So you probably have a rump of France left touching the Mediterranean.
Yeah, because the main access navally for the French into the Mediterranean is Marseille and Toulouse.
Gone.
Yeah, they're going to be Italian. Corsica's going to be Italian.
And to be fair, that's going to have a big impact on Italian industry and capabilities.
Do we see fascism in France?
Potentially. Or communism.
Yeah.
It's going to... Let's put it this way. This is the kind of scenario where... if it actually escalated into war, it could quickly escalate into a war which is going to cause a complete redrawing of the maps of Europe.
Yay, fun.
And where Britain's going to go, we now can't rely on France to balance Germany. We want someone to balance Germany. Okay, let's help Italy be stronger.
Yep. There's a chance this war might actually be called the First War of the French Partition.
Yes.
And as you can hear, Foxo is very excited at the prospect of breaking up France.
Well, the German Kaiser, until his fourth abdication, held claim as the Duke of Burgundy.
Well, there's also the fact that British might just decide to take Brittany.
Or Calais or something.
That could be
Make Brittany British again.
There are options here. There are definitely options. Okay, with that being said, next question. Is it possible for a reserve crew to get the receiving ship USS Seattle Ferdinand up to steam and sailing on a drunken bet from a passing British battleship that put into New York for repairs? Let me check out which engines USS Seattle has. Okay. Previously USS Washington. Okay. Is it possible for them to get steam? Well, she's got vertical triple expansion engines and Babcock-Wilcox boilers. When is this happening? After she's been converted to Seattle. She gets the name Seattle in 1916. She's only 13 odd years old at that point. Actually, less than that. She's launched in 1905. She's 11 years old. Yeah, it should be possible for them to do so. It should be possible for them to get her up in 1916 to actually getting her to do some work. When she's fit, even when she's fitted with extra accommodations to function as a transport and then used as a receiving ship, I think she still has her engines. And so she becomes a receiving ship in the 1940s, though. Ooh. That can make it more difficult, but seeing as she is a triple expansion engine, her engine is probably going to be, how do I put this politely with triple expansion engines? With enough elbow grease and effort, you can usually get them going, because they are fundamentally that simple. So I would say, it's Matana 67, I know, you forgot to add in World War II, but I was working through its history and thinking it through. I think you could probably, but it's not going to be quick. Knights together for one. If the British built it, let me put it this way, it'd be a lot quicker if, let's say, even though she was a receiving ship, she had a chief petty officer on her who really, really wanted his engines spick and span and was obsessed with keeping them in working order, kind of like the engines on a certain tribal class destroyer.
That statement has filled me with fear and dread, Doctor.
There is a reason they've taken our propellers off her and keep them ashore.
You and I both know that there's at least 3 people assigned to that ship by Parks Department who have a reasonably workable plan to field mount those propellers.
I'm not worried about the Parks Department. I'm worried more about the people who are the historical, the Friends of Hyder Association.
Okay, then those are the ones I'm talking about.
They're full of retired Royal Canadian Navy personnel. And as of recently, have a fair number of ex-chief petty officers in them. After it was found out they didn't have any.
Yeah, you and I both know that there's at least one reasonably workable plan to mount those props pierside.
Yeah. Remember, she's on the lakes. So, 1968, if the British built the 1906 Minotaur-class cruisers and Topaz-class cruisers as dreadnought armoured and protected cruisers respectively, how would that change the 1910 Crown class? Probably make them bigger. And possibly make them, they might make them dreadnought light cruisers. It sounds strange, but let me explain. Okay, so one of the really interesting things about the dreadnought design is the Royal Navy works it up and down. And if you look at certain large armored cruisers, they test out the gun layout and various things on them before they build the Dreadnought. So the Dreadnought is one of the most telegraphed things known to mankind coming. It's telegraphed beyond belief. The only problem you have with the Dreadnought and it not being a sort of warrior moment is because the British pulled their punch. Terribly stupidly. The example I give is in the warrior moment, the British build warrior, but they also build 2 of them. They don't just build the world's new big battleship and new big scary ship. They build 2 of them and they got more coming straight away. And everyone's going, oh, frigate, now we have to match that. And they've got a lot of them coming up down the slipways. What the British did was they built Dreadnought and then went, look at it. Oh,
pretty.
frigate, now we need to build more. That's not what you do if you want to scare people. If you want to intimidate them with your powerfulness and your strength and your ability of your economic powerhouse to produce the latest, greatest weapon of war, you don't produce just one. One is a showpiece. Better produce 2 or 3 or 4. I'm sorry, I'm patting the poodle at the moment. That's why he's looking quite so nuts. But yeah, basically, you might be looking at them as Dreadnought light cruisers. You know, they might even put turrets on them. Probably more mounts like you have on destroyers in World War II. But they probably would produce quite a few of them, yes. Maybe even some double mounts. Try and make them as powerful as they can do. Well, Matthew, it's not that. Me and Drac have been currently doing a lot of work recently on various archives and going into various archives when we can to look at the history of Dreadnought construction UK. And there is the fact that in terms of designs, Dreadnought is... Both Dreadnought, Queen Elizabeth, and Orion are all pulling their punches quite dramatically. There is an argument the Royal Navy could have jumped to the 15-inch guns with the Orions. And that would have been interesting. There is certainly the reality that the 13.5-inch gun and 14-inch guns are very much available when they are picking the 12-inch guns for the Dreadnought. The reason they're picking the 12-inch guns is they picked them for the Lord Nelson, and the Lord Nelsons did consider bigger guns.
So what you're telling me is that you've got to blame the peace dividend.
Yeah, stream is starting the buffer. We're at the 90-minute mark, and stream is starting the buffer.
Uh-oh.
No, it seems to be okay now. It seems to be okay now. Back now.
Everything's fine.
That's good. Water Producer just said satellite communications don't require line of sight. They do require line of sight with satellite.
You can't do satellite communications in a cave.
No, you can't. Hello. Oh, good God. Poodle. Yes, I know, you're lovely. So, yeah, they look sort of... Probably they'd end up with the same guns they had historically, but they'd be twin mounts, kind of like destroyer mounts from World War II, and they'd have a lot of them. Slightly bigger, slightly more powerful, but probably built in just as many numbers. Good Lord. He's only a baby. Michael Cooch,
I'm sure that's what he wants you to think.
Michael Cooch, take the worst feature systems from destroyers in Service World War 1939, combine them as you see fit to build a destroyer that makes Hoche seem like a perfect design. What does it look like?
I take a travel class.
Oh, good.
Can I start?
Carry on.
So, we're trying to make the worst destroyer, right?
Yeah. Well, worst
Okay,
features is
6-inch guns.
the 5.9.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have a German engineering plant.
German 5.9-inch guns.
I've had a
German
mix-
radar.
I've had the
American
Japanese.
torpedo,
And
German torpedoes, and American torpedoes.
American torpedoes, probably. A Japanese hull design.
Well,
And
the
French speed.
no, the French are actually making them useful.
Yeah, the French do probably some of the slowest are actually the British, because the British go for kind of we can do the speed in nastier weathers.
Yeah,
Rather
the thing is, the British are theoretically slower than their counterparts, but we only say that theoretically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russian engines.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like anything is a cheat code.
The
Russian engines built to German designs.
No,
yeah.
no, there's better.
Yeah.
The Russian
Yeah.
built Italian designed engines.
Yeah.
So I want my 1000 psi boilers.
For 5 seconds. Before they go boom. Ugh.
Yes, 45mm Russian AA guns as anti-aircraft armament. That's a good idea.
With backup of the
No.
Japanese 25mm
If
or
we're
the
going
German
for
37mm single
if
shot.
we're going for the worst crews you can get in this period, it's not going to be a Russian crew. The Russian crews were actually quite good. Gorshkov was a good example of Russian destroyer crews in this period.
Burst cruise.
I'm not going to
Spanish?
comment on the quality of ships' crews.
If we're going to go for the crews who are suffering the most from lack of training and lack of time at sea in 1939,
Spanish?
Yeah, you're probably looking at Spanish.
Because they're still recovering from their civil war, so...
Italian depth charges, oh, yeah.
How's
Why
the
were the-
Spanish training nowadays?
Why were the Italian depth charges horrendous?
Oh, the Spanish training is quite good. Have you noticed they've just managed to get about 7 of their frigates out to sea at the same time? And everyone's going, this is amazing. We can never get 7 of our frigates out to sea at the same time. When they've got 7 of them out at the same time and they're able to do a parade with them and take photos.
That's great.
Can they do anything else?
They're able to do a parade with them and take photos. What's your favourite Normandy, SR1 or SR2?
That's a sci-fi question.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm saying SR2, but mainly because in both ships I counted the number of beds and the number of crew, and they are the same. And I just like SR2 Mass Effect 2 edition the best. Not the Mass Effect 3 version. What about you guys?
Us.
I'm at a buddy door, and I don't have any buddies.
I'd say I'd go with the SR2 as well, but that's mainly because of literally it actually seems to have enough accommodation on it again, and
Yes.
it also seems to have a slightly more sensible and functional layout. To my mind, looking through it.
The snout it just isn't functioning. The pilot is sitting up there like, hello? Is anyone there? In both SR1 and SR2.
I need your muscles.
We're answering questions, sis. What's the problem?
The filter needs moving from mum's room.
Hi, Karen.
Okay, can I leave you to you all discussing this one? Please do. Enjoy it. For a second, I have to go do some heavy lifting in my mother's room, apparently.
Normandy or Panama?
Sorry, back in a second.
Panama? What's Panama?
That's
Is
the
that-
next question on the deck.
From Clarke 1151.
Oh,
After
yeah.
after the 1707 Acts of Union, the new UK government decided to keep the Darien colony, so eventually controlled the territory of Panama, then built a canal across the isthmus in the late 1800s, early 1900s. How do you see this affecting the US Navy post-Civil War into the early 20th century?
I just want to know, why is the Royal Navy building a canal in what is the aft end of nowheres?
Because we have Brunel.
To be fair, that's a good reason.
That's a good reason, except for the fact that it's not a good economic reason.
Was Brunel known for economic stuff?
Would it not speed up the transit of stuff from places like Australia?
No,
No.
because you'll just go through the Gulf. You'll go through the Suez.
Yeah, you go through the Suez. Because the British have all the infrastructure to go east, they've got no infrastructure to go west. Which is why they
Yeah, and
don't
there's
go
nothing-
west.
Yeah,
Well,
there's,
Panama
there's,
makes sense for the Americas. It doesn't make sense for anywhere that is not the Americas.
So we do it for Canada.
Why? The bulk of Canadian trade facilities are on the East Coast, facing Britain.
Yep. And you've also got the Transcontinental Railway in Canada.
Yeah.
If we're still holding on to that, going through all the way through the Napoleonic Wars,
It means there's been at least one war with Spain before Spain
yeah,
goes on.
which
Spanish Empire
means
goes
that
on.
Britain might consider taking out the whole of the Spanish colonies on the opposite side of the. So we're taking out the Pacific colonies, which is where a lot of the silver comes from, because we need the silver to pay the Chinese. I checked with Alex on that one.
Yes, but the issue with that is the British already have economic control over Chile, even when it's part of the Spanish Empire.
Mm-mm.
And they're getting their bullion there without having to pay to administrate it.
Mm-hmm.
The big issue
Therefore,
is going to
Britain
be maintaining
has an
a
interest.
colony in Panama. Which is why the Darren scheme failed, because the vast majority of Panama is an uninhabitable hell.
Well, no, don't forget that if the Scottish had a navy capable of keeping it supplied, maybe it would have been okay, but they didn't.
No, I mean,
Okay.
it's still going to be an absolute sinkhole, but the advantage for the English part of the new union is we can keep shipping off Scots people there, where they will die in droves.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
bring
but you already have
more-
Australia for that.
What? Send all the Scottish Catholics off to the Darien Peninsula.
Why are we suddenly talking about Scottish Catholics? What's going on here?
Because
Well,
Steve
right, it's
and
the
Dan
question.
want to engage in a mass
No,
ethnic.
the question was
Scotland.
about the question I left you on was the favourite Normandy SR1, SR2.
We moved on to the
kind-
next one.
You moved on to the
Half
next
of them
question.
haven't played Mass Effect though.
Okay, that's poorer for you. Okay.
I hadn't played Mass Effect.
Homework! That's homework! Play
Okay.
Mass Effect trilogy.
After 1707 Act of Union, UK government decided to keep the Darien colony, so eventually controlled the territory of Panama, then built a canal across the isthmus in the late 18th, early 19th century. How do you see this affecting USN post-Civil War into the early 20th century? Probably the US and the UK are working on some very good relations, because that's strategically incredibly important to the Americans, but there's nothing really they can do about it because they don't want to go to war for it with the British. Although there are probably going to be some hotheads who are suggesting it, it's probably not going to be considered a good idea.
I'm also just over here wondering, like, why? There's no military or economic reason other than ego for any European power really to build.
Well, no, I don't see it. The British wouldn't actually. I don't see the British. It's only in this question that I would consider the British, because it says the British built it. I can't actually see any reason for the British to actually build it.
Yeah, but the reason I ask it is because, how do you see this affecting the USN post Civil War? That's going to be a motives question. Because, like, I can see the British financiers bankrolling it. I can see that. I just don't see Britain actually building it.
Oh, I can see Britain building it if the Americans are prepared to. Americans want it built. The British are not prepared to pay to use it, then the British will build it and then set up a giant toll.
Yes, and also be able to close it just like you can the Mediterranean.
That'd be the entire scenario for the British building it would not happen in. It would not happen. It would happen very late in the 80s, in what's called very late in the 19th, early 20th century, and it would literally be the British doing it, going, "We own this. You really need to get through here. That's fine. We all accept this, but we're going to be charging you through the nose for using it."
Do you not think Brunelli's going to want the project?
Brunel can want it all he likes. The British aren't going to do it unless there's money for them. And Brunel, honestly, Brunel follows the money as well, Steve.
Yeah. But he'd like the prestige.
No, Brunel does a lot of good stuff about building up his own prestige. He's a very good salesman, but he's motivated by the money. There are many of prestigious projects which would have made no money he doesn't get involved in.
And then there's the Great Eastern.
He was full of lots of. The Great Eastern made him a lot of money.
It lost other people a lot of money, but
made Brunel a lot of money. And you have to remember, the Great Eastern was basically a showcase for him to make him even more money.
Yeah.
It was a marketing ploy.
Yes.
The worst kind of evil.
You'd only build the canal if you could get the Great Eastern through it.
Let's consider SpaceX, because the closest we have to Brunel in our time is probably Musk, right? That's probably the closest we have at this point.
That does Brunel a hell of a discredit, but okay.
No, in terms of marketing engineering, that's pretty much what we're looking for in terms of similar types.
I'll allow you the marketing. I won't allow the engineering.
And in terms of the thing is, how does SpaceX market itself? It markets itself as going to Mars, as going into deep space. What's actually the bulk of SpaceX's work?
Satellites.
Starlink.
Is it?
Launching those satellites and the satellite systems. And that's the other advantage of Starlink as well, as it shows how much work they do on satellites, putting in low Earth orbit satellites up there. That's what they do a lot of. And yes, Brunel does deliver huge projects, but so does Musk. Again, Starlink. I'm sorry, that's currently one of the world's largest infrastructure projects of our time is space-based internet, Starlink, and the way it's increased internet access around the world. You might not like him, and it doesn't matter. The fact is, it's there. It set the precedent. It's the largest system which is actually working.
It has nothing to do with whether or not I like him. He's a crap engineer, if he's an engineer at all. That's what I was pushing back on.
Ooh.
He's a hype man and a con man. He's not an engineer.
Do you know what? A lot of people said the same thing about Brunel in his time.
Brunel, yeah.
That's the trouble.
Okay, they are more alike. But Brunel to be a lot less of a.
They are both in their times Marmite characters.
IKB, that's a bit unfair.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I'm going to dial out now.
No. Nicest way. Brunel and Steve Jobs, no. No. There are many things I will accept, but Steve Jobs, no. It's a case of Brunel didn't give a flying hoot about the individual consumer. Anyway.
He did. It's just the individual consumer he cared about was one of a tiny, tiny number of people who controlled all the wealth.
Yes.
Yep.
Rather than the wider population.
He is kind of like Musk. Just replace the aristocracy with the high equity investors.
No, they were just high equity investors at the time as well.
Yeah.
A lot of them were ennobled, but a lot of them were not like long depths of kind of, oh yes, my deepest, darkest ancestor came across with William the Conqueror and bashed a load of people around the head. It was, yes, my not actually that long ago ancestor set up a mill and exploited Northerners to death.
Or in quite a few of their cases, my slightly further back than that ancestor was knocked up by the King of England, and I'm descended from a bastard line.
Yes, there's also a lot of that. Yeah.
So, Bowman Boy, what notable things, like Prince Jürgen detecting the British at Denmark Strait, did hydrophones Aztec aboard other Navy's cruisers, carriers, and battleships achieve other than Odan there are torpedoes? Let's see. Well, there is the fact that King George V possibly sunk at we're never quite sure, but we think King George V might have sunk a submarine, thanks to hers. Because she basically charged straight towards it. There again, King George V has a habit of broke a destroyer in half. HMS. I think that was HMS. Was it Somali? Which of the travels was it that she broke in half?
I thought it was Punjabi.
It was Punjabi. Yes, it's Punjabi she broke in half. But
Marham got Duchess.
But she also did get a submarine by ramming, we think. And yes, I did realise that new IKB might be a broad gauge supremacist. Ay, caramba. Oh, good lord. Yeah, the number of Royal Navy battleships which were sunk submarines is actually higher than the number of British battleships that have been sunk by submarines. Which is a scary statistic when you think about it for the submarines. Because they were supposed to be the hunter, the battleship was supposed to be the prey in this scenario.
Yes, but I think this is a bit like if you have a fairly small kind of wolf-sized creature going up against
an elephant.
Yeah, or I was going to say a big bison, something like that. It's like, yes, if you operate in packs and are cunning and do everything right, you might stand a chance. On the other hand, you might just get kicked in the face and have your skull caved in.
It's one of the things of, yeah, you will probably in a nice way, the chance of the submarine winning is higher than the battleship, but it's never 100%. Oh, Punjabi's loss. It was in a storm. They were maneuvering. They were doing zigzagging, and she zagged when everyone else zigged, and basically that's what happened. So yes, it is avoidable, but sometimes these things happen in storms. That's the trouble. So it's impossible. There's I think it's across World War One and World War Two. I think it's some region of 6 or 7 submarines are rammed. There is only, I think, 2 confirmed kills from memory. The rest are all, we're fairly sure, but it's the middle of the ocean. No one's going back to check. Current 1.5. The number of iron battleships that have sunk RN subs. No. No, the main trouble the Royal Navy had with submarines and their own battleships was the E-class submarines, and that might take it up higher, but I don't think it does. The British were usually fairly good at not sinking their own submarines and their own battleships. Usually the killer of British submarines when it's a British ship is a cruiser. Because they're usually operating in closer proximity. As a rule, the submarines and the battleships keep enough separation; they're not likely to bash into each other. Foxhound, the fact that you say the Royal Sovereign is a ASW-focused battleship worries me from the point of view of the submarines. Happy Super Bowl to everyone. So, Colin Gersberg, how useful was the Australian Hungarian destroyer gun armament layout in a bow and stern, a biggish gun, free port, and starboard smaller guns?
Don't put the smaller guns on unless they're for AA, which in the Austro-Hungarian era wasn't.
Let's put it this way. I'm doing a video soon on the Austro-Hungarian destroyers in World War One, and they have some interesting ideas. There's a reason no one else copies them, but they do have some interesting ideas. They do have some interesting ideas, I will say that. Oh. Oh. I think... Oh, you got questions. Why did that release timestamp so many times? Or releasing questions. Right then. Gossi de Padra. The Royal Navy gets a cruiser built on experienced Falklands War. What would it look like? Ooh, that I can tell you. So, if a Royal Navy gets a cruiser built on the Falklands War, because there were some designs put around the time, they would have involved 6-inch guns a la Tiger class, because they were looking at them at that point, and they were thinking about those for a cruiser. It would have involved having basically a twin 6-inch, then a Sea Dart launcher behind it, a Sea Dart launcher aft, two Seawolf launchers on each wing, a hangar capacity for 3 helicopters at the back, and command facilities. And I think there was a debate as to whether there are designs which have Exocet and some designs which have Harpoon missiles on them. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at. 2 Sea Dart, basically Sea Dart launchers, 2 Sea Dart launchers, and 2 twin arm Sea Dart launchers and 2 sextuple, that's 6 Seawolf launchers. So Super Type 43, I really like that ship. More Super Type 80, Super Type 82, but yeah, sort of along those lines. There was a debate as to whether they'd have Icarus or anything like that on them, but probably wouldn't have got it. I would say the other thing they do sometimes consider for it, those designs would be 3-inch Otobredas or other 3-inch guns, because they were looking at something, because they liked the 3-inch gun. So there was a twin. I think there was a twin Otobreda. There was a twin mount. Yeah, the 7662s had a twin mount. And the first ones did, and I think that's what the British were sort of considering at that point. So it would have been armed with, probably, again, it depends on how many they get. There is difference in design. There's a design where you have the sea dart on the same level as the a sea dart on the same level as the 6-inch gun behind it, and then you have a third Seawolf mount above it, and then you have the 3-inch gun sort of twin and a single one sort of aft, and the sea dart launchers aft. And also they usually had phalanx close-in weapon system on them as well. It's really basically some of the cruiser designs which they do have about that time for a fighting cruiser are basically all the missiles and all the guns. We have about 10 questions left. We'll get through 5 of them, and then we'll be opening up questions for more. Matthew Keeling, you're designing a battleship in the interwar period, but you have a penny pinching government. What is the smallest bore diameter that you would consider for a main armament? If I'm a treaty nation, it's going to be smallest armament I'm going to consider is the 16-inch gun. But I do know how I'd work it. I've often look. Let me put it this way. I've often thought about what happens if the Royal Navy went county class style for an F3 16-inch F3 design. And everyone can guess what I mean by county class style for an F3 design, I hope. We don't put on all the armor. So we get the 16-inch, we get 9 16-inch guns, we get the 28 knots, and we skimp on the armor, but that's because we plan to add it on later. And that would be an interesting thing to have done. But the other option I could have gone if I'm British, I'm the only one who can get away with the British is if I go with the 15-inch gun. Because I can make the case for 15-inch guns because they're sensible. That fits with the rest of our gun load. What about all of you? What do you think?
Do we know exactly which treaty it's after? Did it say in the question?
It's just saying interwar period, so it can be any point in the treaties period. I picked Washington Treaty era.
Okay. So,
because the only battleships built in the interwar period and during the treaty period that are really built during the treaty period, I would argue are Nelson and Rodney. The others that are sort of coming towards the end of the treaty period, and realistically, some of them still get hamstrung by the treaty, but some of them just avoid them. Hello, Melanie.
So would it be fair to say that if your hypothetical is something like somebody loses one of their first line ships in an accident in, say, 1927 to 29 period, so...
Oh, look, woe is me. I've had all these issues. I've lost both renown and a pulse. It is terrible.
Mutsu or Colorado or...
Yes, it's terrible. I've lost my Colorado. I've lost my Nagato. Yeah.
Or for the French... Well, the French... do the French have anything worth losing?
The Bretons?
If they lose them, they have to replace them. That's it. You lose the ship, you have to replace it. And you're allowed to on the treaties. It's just terrible. Yeah. You know what happened?
Yes,
it was a freak wave, and the entire R class all got smashed in Scarpa Flow without any crew aboard them. It was just terrible. The North Atlantic was just vicious.
It was like the Honda Point disaster, only we did it with battleships.
Every single one of our R classes just sunk in a freak accident.
Our constructor has declared. Our chief constructor has declared it a constructive total loss. The paint was chipped.
Well, that's what the Marine.
Our chief constructor Our director of naval construction has declared it a constructive total loss. It is therefore dead and has been struck off the rolls. We must replace it.
Dan, that's what the chief constructor of the Marine Rationale is saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
All our fleet is a constructive loss. It's not broken, it's just a constructive loss.
Yeah.
We can salvage the guns, though.
Yes, we managed to salvage some useful bits, but yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a case of, okay, what will we do with them? How do we do this? If depending on when it happened to switch to British, they just end up as continuations on the Nelrods. Because honestly, the British would just go, yeah. Night to everyone, it has to be believable because so no one suspects foul play. Everyone's going to suspect foul play, but who's going to believe? Who's going to be able to prove it? That's the thing. They can suspect it all they like as long as they can't prove it.
They're not going to worry about suspecting anything. They're going to work out how they can do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And then they'll do the exact same thing.
Or they're going to weigh up there. Okay, is the image and the face of losing a pair or 4 battleships in even one battleship in a accident worth a new capital ship? Because heads will roll.
That's the thing. Unless you can make it an accident which is completely no one's fault, a complete freak accident. For example, the British, what they could do is just accidentally a merchant ship rams into their ship and bashes it into rocks or something.
Or they very regrettably have a magazine detonation while the ships are tied up side to side to side.
Yeah, but that's a massive loss of face. Because that makes you look incompetent. And if you don't start firing everyone involved...
No, I have the perfect plan.
Wrong.
You blame it on the Soviets. You say it was a communist sympathizer has done the damage in your yards. The British already had issues with communists in their yards causing trouble. Pretty much everyone does.
Blaming this...
Yeah.
Sorry?
Blame the Soviets.
Well, being able to crack down on the Unions, get new battleships, and antagonize the Soviet Union?
Yeah! In the 1920s, that's the trifecta! And everyone else are looking at... And the thing is, everyone else will go, we believe you and agree with you because it allows us to do exactly the same thing, crack down on our unions.
Oppressing the working class, something all rich people like to do.
Well, the British, it would probably be the unions who would actually do the cracking down for them, because the British unions were always so keen to avoid looking like they were communists. They were often the first ones to do the cracking down. In fact, more often than not, the communist sympathizers, when they caused trouble in the yards, were handed over by union members. So the thing is, the cracking down the British government wouldn't even have to do the cracking down themselves. The unions would go round, find everyone who was potentially that just happened. We don't want them cracking down on us. We're going to take you out first.
But probably would have to do a crackdown to save face.
Oh, the British would. But then the police wouldn't actually have to do any work because they would be doing crackdown of. We've arrested all these people. How do you get them? They were handed over to the police station, beaten up, and already with 2 black eyes and 4 broken ribs. Why? The unions got to them first. The unions of the 1920s are not the unions of the 1960s.
Or 70s.
And definitely not the unions of today.
No, the unions in the UK were broken in the 80s.
Rather deservedly, though.
Unions in the US were broken with the signing of the NLRB.
They were. It's going to sound strange. The unions in the UK were broken, but they were broken in such a way they were still able to do their jobs, just not as mass strikes as they had done previously. Thomas, protective custody has a new meaning. Yes, basically, the British Union movement was always a kind of an interesting oddball amongst the unions. And realistically, it has its. I would almost say it's actually at its most politically powerful in the 1920s and 30s, but it's also in the 1920s where it's being most careful to not be considered communist. It's very much we are not about ideological politics. We are about our members. And that's different. That's the trouble which causes the unions post World War II. Is they kind of get infected by the people who are ideology rather than membership first.
And Soviet spies. Don't forget the Soviet spies.
Yes.
Well, no. So the thing was that the British unions in the 20s and 30s reacted against attempts by the Soviets to infiltrate the left.
Yes, that's a long time. Why the wider unions distrusted even the Labour Party, which they meant, especially things like the Fabian societies. They felt they were infiltrated by the Soviets.
Yeah, relatively well, and it was. I think it was the kind of jumbling up in by World War II that then led to possibly more of the kind of people who'd become Soviet sympathizers managing to kind of break in, and you'd had the confusion generated by the fact that, oh yes, Joseph Stalin is now our friend. He is friendly Uncle Joe. Just ignore the giant pile of bodies.
Yeah, it was an interesting period, but yeah, basically the British would be able to, if you blamed it on a communist, start getting into them and blowing them up, and you managed to, well, you could just say, well, yeah, this in a nice way wouldn't be the first time in history Britain have manufactured someone's complete identity, and go, this person's done it. Unfortunately, they were inside the ship when it blew up, so we can't recover their remains or put them on trial.
I was going to say, in the 1930s, it was Cambridge that was most infiltrated by the Soviets.
Yes, it was. Even then, the spy ring was numbered in less than in single digits. Which is kind of embarrassing for them, but it was effective enough. But it was, yeah. Cambridge has traditionally been its own thing in the fens. And I'd say, for one, if the British built 9 Revenge class and 8 Queen Elizabeth class alongside 4 Renown class, then get Hood in 1930s, how many more 1939 KGB and Lion class will be planned? Well, if the British have all those,
well, the plan was for the KG.
Can I just do
basically to replace the Revenge?
Dan, can I just work through it just a second? Because at this point, you've gone into the treaty system with the British having 17 battleships and 5 battle cruisers, so 22 ships with 15-inch guns, which they won't want to get rid of. Plus, they'll want some 16-inch gunships, which means what? The British and the Americans agree on 25 ships as their numbers for their treaty limit, 25 ships. Which means what? The British get 3 16-inch gunships. The Americans get to finish off how many ships to get up to 25. It's also going to be interesting as you work down the numbers, because if the British and Americans are at 25, that would mean the Japanese would be allowed to be at, what, 15? And then the Italians and French are at 10 each. I think then, if you're looking, I think in 930s, how many more KGV5, King George V and Lion class will be planned? I think the reality is the British will still be building them batches of 4 or 5, or maybe even 6. They planned 6 for the Lions and 5 for the King George V's. I think probably you get it the same. But it's what are they upgrading versus what are they doing? So how are the ships? Because with 9 Revenge, with that many more ships in service and be upgraded and maintained, they're going to have everything in a far better fettle, because you're going to be maintaining a fleet of roughly 25 ships. You're going to have built probably about 3 Nelrods. Montana, the Japanese can sustain 15 battleships. They just can't sustain them being active the whole time. They'll probably be sitting in reserve about a lot of them, but that's the case. And the Americans would have been allowed a few more ships. But that's the thing is, if you have if you maintain such ships through a treaty period, the British wouldn't probably want to drop any of the 15-inch gun ships. That's going to change things, but that's also going to change the Battle of Jutland, because that's going to mean probably, considering how many R-class and Queen Elizabeths were actually there at the Battle of Jutland, you're probably going to have had about 6 of the Queen Elizabeth class at the Battle of Jutland, and probably about 3 to 4 of the R class, which means if you've got that many more extra 15-inch gun ships at the Battle of Jutland, and you've increased the Royal Navy's fleet at the Battle of Jutland, that's probably going to increase the likelihood of Jellicoe actually getting a victory, because you've got that many more 15-inch shells and 15-inch gun crews raining down fire. Basically, under this scenario, you've built a full battle squadron of each, the R-class and the Queen Elizabeth, and you've got an extra R-class as a flagship. You've got a full division of Renown class, and you've got Hood as well. So, yeah, you probably would add on basically 3 Nelrods and turn it into 3 basically battle squadrons. If you make them a 4, you can operate in 5 battle squadrons, 2 of 4 Queen Elizabeth class, and 3 of 3 R class and a Nelrod. If you've got the 9, you've got the 9. Hood, nice way. You're not going to complain. You've built a full battle squadron. You've got 9 15-inch gun ships. If you're on the treaty system, you're not going to complain about it. The British have got the most, in a nice way, in this scenario, the British have got the most consistent battle line of any nation in the world, because they've all got the same same 15-inch guns. And actually, at this point, there is a good argument that the British don't build a 16-inch Nelrod. They build the 15-inch F3s. And that gets them up to 8 fast ships, so they get a full fast squadron of 8 ships and 2 battle squadrons. But yeah, the King George V's and Lions will probably be still ordered at the same rate, because there's the limiting factor in their construction was more about infrastructure and how much you could sustain and support them while you were doing everything else that you were doing at the time in terms of rebuilding the fleet, than how many you wanted to order. If that makes sense.
I guess just because you've gone into this with more ships doesn't mean you will have maintained more armor plate production through the years of drought.
Hood, what you do with them is you do the same as you did historically. They were used for convoy protection, they were used for shore bombardment, for second line roles. They were very useful for that throughout the war. One of the things you're going to have in this scenario is you're going to have 3 extra Queen Elizabeth class to muck around with and do modifications to, and basically 4 extra R class than you did historically. That's not going to be something which is going to be looked down upon. Having 7 extra ships is going to be useful, because you had them historically. You're going to have 7 more. You've got 2 more Renowns. Well, that means you're probably not going to keep Tiger around as historically you did, as long as you did. But the Renowns are going with 4 of them, and Hood. That means you're going to spend a lot more time, be able to upgrade, modernize them far more often, consistently. One of the things you're going to have with the ships, with having this larger fleet, is you can more consistently factor them through reserve and refit, because you've got more ships to flow through it. And also this means you're going to have a larger, maybe not all the Queen Elizabeths were modernized historically, but you're also possibly more likely to get modernization started earlier and done more early, because you think about it, when I send 1 of 5 ships or 2 of 5 ships off to go through modernization, that's a 20% or a 40% drop in my force availability, isn't it? If I send 2 of 9 ships off to do modernization, or 2 of 8 ships, that's 25% drop in things. So this is the point: is having the more ships, having roughly a 25 ship battle force, capital ship force. That's going to change the maths in terms of what you're doing.
Yeah. And quickly,
Can I just say Stafford is dicing with death again? In the chat.
Oh?
I've just seen his comment towards Melanie.
Ah.
That is a brave. That is a brave
I
man
am not
using that phrase.
saving you
No,
at all.
No.
And I would just like to
I
point
am
out
calling myself neutral in this likely bloodshed moment, and I will just say, Melanie, just remember, anything that involves the bloodshed will eventually have to be washed out. So, you know, wear clothes you don't mind getting bloodstained. Carry on, Foxer. Sorry.
So I'd just to point out quickly with the R class that although they weren't first line battleships for a lot of World War II, they were still battleships.
Yeah.
And especially the Italians and the Germans had to respect them.
Oh yeah.
As so. Sure, you wouldn't want to take one against Littorio, but the Italian heavy cruisers didn't want to fight them.
To be honest, even the German battleships didn't want to fight them, because whilst they'd win, they get damaged enough, they would definitely get caught by the British battleships afterwards, which is why when a convoy has a R class with it, they go, we'll go to any other convoy.
Yeah. They're still ships you've got to respect.
Yeah. And that's the point. With more of them, you have more present.
Yeah.
What's it? A predator species tends to disengage very early on in a fight with humans or something bigger, whereas guinea pigs will try to fight humans because they are a prey species.
Yeah.
And boars will do so as well.
Yeah.
But again, boars will try and fight anything, including each other and themselves.
Boars are actually, if you really want to wind up a boar, this is the difference between pigs and boars. I've been told by a farmer who has both. If a mirror ends up in a pigsty, the pigs will look at themselves in it and occasionally groom themselves in it, but won't do anything. If a mirror ends up in a boar enclosure for some reason, they will try and smash it to pieces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we guessed you were being nice, Stafford. We just thought the little rather than milady was going to cause you was likely leading to bloodshed.
It's the condescension which would do you in quicker than anything else.
It's like there are like 2 people who can get away, who are close enough friends to my mum and my mum and sister in this world, for roughly each of them, who can get away with using little lady when talking to them. There is like 2 friends I have who I could get away with saying that to. And even then, that's because they are both a lot shorter than me, and it's taken as a joke. And I'm pretty much an honorary brother.
Is now the moment to mention the 2 people I went to med school with. One was called Amy Small, 4'11" 3/4, and then slightly shorter than her, George Tubbs. Yeah. Nominative determinism is not some people's friend.
No, Montana. Melanie has been a mod for a long time. Melanie is the mod to counter Dan. The 2 most senior mods, this was before Runon became a sim level seniority mod, for a long time were Dan and Melanie on the chat. Because Dan on his own had to be a senior mod because of always helping me on the trips when we're going away on the ship-shape trips. But the trouble is sometimes he abuses this power.
Mostly to ban Seneca Nero.
Yes, mostly on Seneca. So Melanie, who is the only person in the mod team who consistently can scare Dan, other than myself.
Before Runon started showing up regularly.
It became was also made a senior mod, and yeah,
I scare you?
Yes, but not in like bad ways.
No, you.
How do I scare you?
Mostly because Dan is fairly certain you could rewire his house so that he could never turn on a light successfully again.
A 5-year-old could do that.
My house already terrifies me. It turns out that some of my lighting circuits are interesting.
Those are words which make us all inspired and happy to know you live there.
There are reasons.
I can tell you the cost of getting interesting wiring corrected. I currently have a very currently the fact that the large volume of the people working on my house are ex-Royal Navy. It has started percolating around my neighbours with a sort of thing of going, how do you get them all? I go, friends. It's expensive, but it's sensible to get those wiring sorted out.
Yes, the fact that you keep on spraying them with a very powerful water hose whilst they're doing it, I think they're finding is a bit too much of a flashback, though.
I don't use a water hose. I merely leave out bottles of rum. I don't drink it myself, but I know what keeps my people going. There's now an argument between Lions and Timu over who's the newest of the mods.
It's Timu.
It is Timu. Okay, Wilson Triplets, what would you do improve to make Yamato better and more useful as a battleship? Speed.
I like your point about publicity.
And speed, publicity, and decent secondary armament. Publicity would go a long way. Yeah,
publicity. Does not. You don't need to change a single bolt on the ship.
No,
or rivet. Just actually deploy the PR factor.
This is the thing: is if you've got a weapon of intimidation, i.e., a status asset like a carrier or a capital ship or I don't know, nuclear weapons, deterrence doesn't work if no one knows you have it. Something is not a deterrent if people do not know about it, because people are not deterred by what they do not know.
Hey, Montana, fun fact. I can put 10,000 volts in a swimming pool and swim in that swimming pool as long as that swimming pool is insulated from the source.
Please, Runon, there are things I don't want you doing. I need you alive at the moment. You're the only tech support team for Powder Monkey, okay? All right. We were robbed of a Washington against Yamato fight. Although I have a feeling Lee would win that one. Mainly because I think he'd be hitting at longer range, because the Yamato's guns, to make their weights work, they have got them a bit short on the whole, a bit short on length.
Short?
Mm-hmm.
That's going in the book.
Hmm?
Never mind.
Going in the book.
The Book of Grudges.
I'm making a Darby joke.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. They are theoretically 18-inch 45s, but they actually work out as closer to, once you go with practical practical barrel length, it works out as closer to 18-inch to 44s, 43s. Because it depends on how you measure the barrel length, and the most common barrel length given for them includes bits which realistically weren't being used. But the thing is, they could angle up to 45 degrees, and that does give them a very interesting, effective firing range. So they could be theoretically very useful, but in terms of armor piercing and angle of elevation and what they and actually hitting and these sort of things, there is a problem with it. And the reload, add in their reload rate, especially when they're doing the high angle firing. And it's worth considering when they do the high angle firing, and they got the 45 degrees, it's got a nearly 100-second flight time to hit its maximum range of 42 kilometers. And you've also added on reload time because you cannot do your reload rate until the gun is down. You cannot reload it again because it cannot be reloaded at this angle. It has to be down to about here to be reloaded. So you add on that and all things to your rate of fire, which means your rate of fire drops right down at maximum elevation firing. Okay, there is some. I'm just avoiding the chat now because there are some interesting random things going on between Melanie and Stafford, and I just don't want to see them. It's scaring me. YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if the France after the second fall of Napoleon was divided to similar to post World War II Germany, and was kept divided past 1870? Then potentially bits of it fall to various unifications. You might well have a Greater Belgium. You probably have a Spain trying to get certain parts of France. You suddenly have an Italy that's going to be claiming parts of France for the Italian unifications. And you might well find yourself dealing with an Italian Franco unification attempt, but also the really interesting thing is if France is kept divided, there also might not be the pressure that there might not be, how to put it, so much pressure for other countries to unite, because you could have different forms of unification. There might even be sections of France which end up joining Switzerland, actually, thinking about it. And if sections of France ended up joining Switzerland, sections of Germany might end up joining Switzerland, which could mean you'd have a greater Switzerland in the middle of Europe.
Yeah.
Hey, Knight, patience is a virtue. Calm down.
Because, actually, here's the thing. You probably wouldn't see as much spreading in metropolitan France of what we call modern French.
No.
Because after the Napoleonic Wars, the French governments do a lot of cultural and linguistic erasure in southern France to get rid of the Toulousian, Aquitanian dialects and local cultures in France.
Good old cultural genocide. You gotta love it.
So honestly, you would have a very interesting Frankish area come out of it, realistically.
Because France, until the Industrial Revolution, was a very diverse country.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, you've got the Languedoc and Languille.
Yeah.
As a start. I just have visions of Britain trying to reclaim Aquitaine, as well as Normandy and Brittany.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Great idea, but up until this point, the British monarchs do, until World War One, do claim the Kingdom of France and the Duke Rings of Normandy, Brittany, and Aquitaine.
But
Yep.
Yeah, that could also happen. There are lots of fun things which could happen in a scenario.
Steve, I'm not being mischievous. I'm just being.
Yeah, if in doubt.
Audition France.
Yeah. Bowman Boy. Did the IJN surface to sea torpedo launchers? Did the IJN surface to sea torpedo launchers, like they planned to put on Midway, ever achieve anything significant? Surface to sea torpedo launchers. Not really, but there again, I don't think they ever really had a chance. They're a good system, which it's kind of like the torpedoes we're talking about, which sunk the Blucher. Wasn't it? It was the Blucher, wasn't it?
It was Blucher.
Yeah, it's always Blucher.
It is not a lucky name ship.
Jonathan Moon, I'm a mod through Stockholming Dr. C. As I said at the start of my 50 stream streak and 19-month sub. No, I'm not a stalker.
That sounds like something a stalker would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Yeah, no. That's fine. Although I have to say, a book's been sent to me, which I think some of you are going to like when I do the review of it.
Or are we?
British Amphibious Operations of the First World War by Joseph Moritz. Mesopotamia, Tangent, Dardanelles, Gallipoli. It does some good points in it. There is definitely some interesting history in here, some good points of analysis. Don't agree with some of the broader analysis in it, but there again, as I've said before, if you have two historians in a room, they will have between them 40 different opinions on anything.
Unless it's France.
Runon, what happens if the entirety of 1945 US gun manufacturing for guns larger than 30mm gets copy-pasted back to 1910, completing manuals and supply trains?
13mm. Just to clear that up.
For guns larger than 30mm. Well, you know that qualitative arms race going on with Britain?
Yes.
It's suddenly going to get really competitive. Because I'm going to guarantee the next generation of American battleships, those ordered in 1911, so... Let's see.
The Americans were ordering the Nevada class.
Yeah, it would be in the Nevadas. Would probably be armed with 16-inch 50s. And that's going to mean all the standards are going to come with 1650s, which means, in a nicest way, the British are not going to be jumping to 15-inch guns.
Will the Americans start also sticking the Des Moines class, or Des Moines? I never heard to say it.
Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Des Moines.
The Des Moines 8-inch rapid fires on things.
Oh, yes. They will. The British will be basically going 9.2-inch and for cruisers and 16.5-inch for capital ships, because that's, yeah, I think the only option you've got almost as far enough along as the 15-inch 42. It's what they jump into is the 16-inch gun. And the British are probably going to look at the Americans, who are going to be producing triple turrets as well. And if you think about it, if the Nevada class originally they are armed with 10 14-inch guns in 5 twin turret. Let's see, isn't it a triple turret, a triple turret and 4... Hang on, I'm trying to work it out. They're armed with 10 14-inch guns. I think they have 5 turrets, don't they?
So?
Yeah, they have 5 turrets. No, they have 4 turrets. So 2 triples and two twins. Yeah, I think you get the 12 16.5-inch gun version of the Queen Elizabeth built and design which there was actually some designs, which show a 12 gun option. Well, when you say designs which show a 12 gun option, design notes which suggest there was a 12 gun option. So yeah, that's probably what the British are probably jumping into Queen Elizabeth going, okay, they've got the guns, they haven't got speed, so we build our ships to be faster. We add on 12 16.5-inch guns, and yeah. And the thing is, they hope they can build enough of them so that even though the Americans go, we've got 16-inch guns, and the British are going, we have 16.5-inch guns, the British have enough over them in numbers that they are going, yeah, we win. Yeah. There's some fun.
It's yeah.
It would be interesting. It would be interesting to see what would happen and how it would evolve. Sorry. I just... Because I'm currently doing a video about Russian destroyers, I just got a beat count going, there is a Russian destroyer wandering through the Mediterranean being kept an eye on by an Italian ship. I'm sitting there going, yep. Yep. Ooh, I wouldn't want to be on that ship.
The Russian one or the Italian one?
Oh, the Severnosk, which is the Russian one. How do I put this politely? It was launched in 1985, so it is...
Young.
41 years old. Commissioned 1987. December 1987. It's an Udaloy class. And, how do I put this politely?
You could put it rudely. They are Russians. They don't have feelings.
They do have
They're
feelings.
nearly twice as old as me.
Yeah, I'm trying to check the last time it's gone for a major exercise. A major refit and exercise. Refit. It has had some refits, but yeah, it is... It's still, I think, armed with Silex and Gauntlet, and I don't think it's really been actually that massively updated. Yeah. Okay. So, that gun manufacturing causes a fun qualitative race, which probably ends up with the Italians and the Japanese having 18-inch gun battleships. Because remember, they're part of the qualitative race. This is the thing. People forget the qualitative race actually involves more powers than we think. It involves the Italians, the Japanese, occasionally just the Hungarians, and as well as the Japanese, as well as the British and the Americans. The only major power which isn't really part of the qualitative race is the Germans, because they don't want it to be there to be a qualitative race, because they don't want the cost to keep going up, because it's making them get into arguments with the army. So the Kaiser Marine is going, please stop! Stop this. Every time we get the budget stabilized, you jump up another level. And increase the cost of these ships. Yes, and the Rendezvous is going, yeah! But whereas you get into a fight with your army and lose, we get into a fight with our army and go, no, we are taking your underwear. And you're going to like it.
I'm sorry, how do you expect to use the army if we don't have control of the sea? Oh, that's right. You have no plan for if we don't have control of the sea.
Yeah, that's usually the Royal Navy's argument.
I feel like there's a joke there that the reason why the Marine commandos are designated commandos is because the army is just what most people would call the Marines. So to say that they're commandos is redundant, or to call them the Marines is somewhat redundant without the qualifier.
Yeah, well, you see, the Royal Marines are the elite force which opens up the beachhead. The army's then what you shovel through it. In 1930, this is from 8420.
I was going to say, Runo, going commando means something different in the UK.
Is this an underwear joke?
Yes, it is.
It is.
But back to the question I was starting on. In 1937, this is from 8420. In 1937, the Germans speculated that the Spanish Civil War escalated into war between France and Italy. How do you think it'd go if Britain stays out? In 1937, actually, considering the fortress, etc., probably an interesting fortress fight, which causes the French to have to spend a lot of money modernising their army, which actually means they're going to be a lot better prepared for 1939. They are probably not going to get as much the nicest way, considering the terrain they're going to be finding through mountainous terrains. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that one. But the biggest thing is you have to remember the Italians have lost a lot of their forces in the Abyssinia crisis. And the thing is, the Abyssinia crisis is only 1935. So what the 1935-36? So the Italians have very barely recovered from that. They still have a fairly good fleet. They have arguably a more modernized fleet than the French do at this point. But if Britain stays out, the Italians probably the British will only stay out as long as the French aren't losing at sea. If the French start to lose, the British will probably find a way to get involved. So that means for the Italians, they have to fight a very defensive war at sea. And because they probably realise it, the British don't want to see the French lose. Because as far as the British are concerned, the French neutralise the Italians in the Mediterranean, which allows the British to concentrate on watching the Far East and everywhere else they need to watch. That's their basic plan. If the French start to lose, then they have a trouble. So, as long as the fighting's unsure, it probably ends up being a very muddy, very messy, but ultimately stalemate battle in the mountains, with the British stepping up massively the neutrality and the naval neutrality patrols around Spain. The reason the British Army isn't called the Royal Army is to do with the fact that half the units owe themselves their history to being part of the forces on the other side of the Civil War.
But regiments may be royal. It's also to do with how they are kind of commissioned and raised. The Royal Navy is raised as a whole or on a per ship basis.
Yeah.
Regiments might be were sometimes raised by people other than
the government
the government,
yeah,
directly at least. So it would be that's how you end up with the Green Howards, because there were also the White Howards.
There are lots of let's put it this way, lots of very important families like to raise up their own regiment. Because remember, they weren't allowed to maintain their own private armies anymore. That wasn't allowed. But they were allowed to raise a regiment for the government in times of war and put it under the command of the government. And in return, the government would make you the colonel of the regiment.
Colonel?
Yes, the colonel-in-chief of the regiment. Basically, what the way the British government worked was, if you have a lot of money, you can do it, and you can become the colonel-in-chief of the regiment. But we're going to make sure all the lieutenant colonels underneath you know exactly what they're doing as a job.
I'm building my beavers into a multi-level management system.
You and Timberborn are slightly worrying. Yamato, Montana 67. Yamato-class battleship's hull is discovered in a random bay in Japan in 1954, a month after the formation of the JMSDF. What happens to it? 1954.
They have a very interesting addition to the minesweeping fleet.
I think probably gets turned into some sort of helicopter carrier. ASW ship. Maybe gets a lot of missiles stuck on it, but it's basically, if they're going to use it, if they're going to do anything on the scrap it, it's going to be used for helicopters and missiles.
Are the Americans going to come in and say, "Isn't that my decision"?
Considering what the Japanese were doing in Korea and various other points for them, the Americans at that point were prepared to be very, very reasonable to the Japanese. Probably sold for scrap. Hood is right, but probably sold for scrap. But if it's in a good enough condition to use and they want to use it, then yeah, they'd use it for some. Then it'd probably be helicopter and missiles. Let's be honest. The Canadians are just para-dropping wolves into America as a way of natural selection.
I thought that was what Justin Bieber was for.
No, he was just to soften you up. What should the Finnish Navy get during the interwar period if they had unlimited funding from Timu?
Well, there are some rather cute little British-designed submarines that are quite good in the Baltic, I believe.
Yes, they would like some of those. Thank you, He-Fish. Thank you for being subscribed for 9 months.
Small.
I would say also, if I was them, I would get some. I would get destroyers, and I would get. Basically, I get submarines, destroyers, torpedo boats, and their coastal defense ships. I'd want some modern version of those, with some slightly bigger guns, and I'd want to get a few of them. I'd also get a whole load of aircraft. I'd start investing. If I've got my unlimited funding, then I'm getting aircraft. I'm getting torpedo bombers. I'm getting dive bombers. I'm getting aircraft to do mine laying. I'm getting fighters. I'm getting everything I can. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it all. Because I can. And that's the useful thing for me. I can do it. If I've got unlimited funding. But unlimited funding is rare. But it would be nice to have. How about any of you? Any differences?
No. Don't think so.
Okay. Can I just say that we've got 5 questions to go, so I'm going to reopen the questions for 5, as okay. I've put in the chat already. I suggest you do not put in 2-part questions. You're unlikely to get the second part through.
We're only taking 5 questions at a time, so 2-part questions, not a good idea. 968 for 1. If the 16 9.2-inch gun armed invincible preliminary design was built as a class of 4, and Hawkins are 9.2-inch cruisers, but that's going to be far later because the nicest weight is going to be whatever's built in between. So nicest weight, you could ignore the Invincibles at that point. You're talking about Hawkins at this point. If the Hawkins are built as 9.2-inch gun cruisers, we know they would have been roughly about 15,000 tons. We know they would have been roughly armed with 12 with twin turrets, and we know they would have had roughly 10. They would have had roughly 10 guns. In a 2 turrets forward, 2 turrets aft, and 1 turret in the center arrangement, roughly. So a Ryan style sort of thing. So they'd mean roughly 15,000 tons. So the treaty limits get to be 15,000 tons. At which point, things like Hermes become we're building a lot of these, and the Hawkins themselves becomes very different. And you probably get a 10-inch gun, a 10-inch limitation on the cruiser guns. Cruiser limited to 10-inch guns, no bigger than 10 inches. And the British probably stick with their 9.2-inch guns because they can build a more balanced ship for that role. But yeah.
Yeah, I've got a problem with the bot. It's not picking up the questions.
The bot's not pick. Oh, it's only just flashed up the questions that are open on my screen.
Yeah,
And
I opened it
you had
about.
already called Index over on Twitch, so I don't know what
Yes.
to tell you.
No, Timu called Index, not me. Because
I
Timu was
just
fussing
said
about.
that.
I think we have to be. I think I'm gonna say, just to be nice, we need to have one person doing this, and I'm gonna say for the moment it's gonna be me after this point. So when the questions go close,
Yep.
I'll press them. Just tell me they've got 5 in, and I'll press the button, rather than having time on the screen. Because I think different people are typing in different into YouTube and Twitch at different points, and it's confusing the bot. So I've got a button in front of me, so we'll just do it that way, okay? And with that, someone has
Okay.
Runon's typed in Index.
Yes, because I'm trying to get the banner to swap back over because now it's saying questions opened. And now it's swapped.
Okay. Don't worry.
That wasn't me being a defiant little.
No, I figured you had a reason. I let you. In the nicest way, you're the bot technician. So if you want to do the things, that's different than me or Steve or Timu or anyone else doing it because you know the workings of the bot. We're just operators, and me, in my case, an occasional maintainer. You are the person who knows the bot. So you get special dispensation versus everyone else. Okay.
I feel like you're giving me a little too much credit, but okay.
Who wrote the bot and put it all together?
Hey.
So, therefore, you get the credit you deserve, which is a lot of credit.
Yeah, they
Hello,
still
Brand
didn't
Larson.
appear though in the archive.
The bot whisperer.
Hello, Brandon Larson. Holy cat!
Are you
43
sure
months.
about that?
Well, they're popping up, so I'm presuming they have appeared in the archive. Steve. Poor Mouse. We'll carry on and see what's come through and what has gone through. Or hasn't gone through. Thank you, Bob's Modelling. Thank you. You came from Drakenfell Vernon Greet's media channels. I'm glad I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. It's always nice when my best friend and one of the coolest people another one of the coolest people I chat to, basically people come my way because of them. It's a lot of fun. If you could design a cruiser for the interwar years, how different would it be from those that existed? Oh. Look, if I'm not going for a 6-inch gun cruiser, which basically is going to end up with it being a town or a Brooklyn class, but with better armor and slightly better range, I would be going for something with roughly 9.2-inch guns. That's sort of the level of cruiser which I like. I think once you're going up to 12-inch, you're going up a bit big, and anything between 9.2-inch and 12-inch is not really worth it. If you want to go for a big gun, go for 12-inch. If you want to go for a gun which is a cruiser gun, go for a 9.2-inch gun. But I would basically want something along what I talked about with the Hawkins earlier. You know, if you could have 5 triple turrets of 9.2-inch guns, 15 to 18,000 tons, decent armor coverage, decent range, decent speed, so properly aiming for something about 36 knots. That's what I'd like, and that would be a very useful asset to have. Armed with a decent secondary air defense orientated secondary, and it's going to be kicking behind air wherever it goes. And also, I'd probably want to give it about 4 quadruple torpedo launchers, so just it could fire decent sized torpedoes a long way. County class are good, but if I'm doing my dream cruiser, it wouldn't have 8-inch guns because I don't like the 8-inch gun. As I've said before, it's a case of there is a reason why quite a lot of powers are looking at going, for weight of fire, we can get more explosive down our opponent using the 6-inch guns and be more likely to actually get hits with the 6-inch gun than we can with the 8-inch guns at likely engagement range before you have radar coming in. It's only once radar's in that the 8-inch really starts to make sense versus the 6-inch. Because despite its greater penetrating power at greater ranges, you aren't actually probably going to be able to engage at those ranges, because the phrase is usually used is likely engagement range, not potential engagement range, which is usually the greatest range you could potentially be engaging at, but your likely engagement range due to visibility and identification of threat and all these things. It comes into roughly the same between the 6-inch and the 8-inch gun cruiser. At which point, the 6-inch gun cruiser can be firing at a you can carry more 6-inch guns, and they will fire at a faster rate. So you'll get more shells coming down, which means you'll get more likely to get a mission kill with a 6-inch gun before they can do an actual critical kill with an 8-inch gun. If they're mission killed, then you can take them out. So that's the thing. Whereas with a 9.2-inch, it's got just that bit longer range than an 8-inch. It's got about the same rate of fire, but it has a bit more penetration. And the shell's just that much bigger that actually the volume of 6-inch fire to equate to the volume of 9.2-inch fire balances out far more favorably for the 9.2-inch gun. It's the square cube law, basically.
I would say there's a nice example of some of this if you look at Naval with some of the Italian guns. The Italians calculated kind of an extreme combat range with exceptional visibility, standard visibility, longest effective range, and expected combat ranges. And then you compare that for their 6 and 8-inch guns, and you compare that to kind of the maximum possible range at, the optimal, at the kind of longest range angle. And it's like, there's a lot of difference there. There's a lot of difference.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
Also, when time of flight starts to be long enough to actually potentially boil an egg, your chances of the ship still being where you think it might be, where you thought it was going to be several minutes ago when you pulled the trigger, falls.
Yeah, that was the main problem with the when talking about the 18-inch for the Japanese Yamatos at the 45-degree angle maximum range. It takes almost 100 seconds to reach there, to reach where you think the ship was going to be, and that can be a big variance.
And the ship might decide not to be there.
Oh, the Abdeel class are cool. They are. The Abdeel class are cool. But the Abdeel class are basically okay, we want to build a mine layer which can go into parts of the Pacific, drop a whole load of mines, and disappear before anyone even knows they're there, let alone can catch them. There were literally aircraft produced at the time of the Abdeel class which were slower than those ships.
Listen, you cannot bring the swordfish into this. That's not fair for anyone.
No, the swordfish actually wasn't one of those aircraft. It was just fast enough. Not by much, but just fast enough to be fast enough.
Yeah.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if Vlad the Impaler retained his throne from the second attempt until passing away from old age, thereby keeping the Ottoman Empire out of Europe? That's going to have an interesting effect on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's also going to have an impact on the Habsburg Empire. The Holy Roman Empire is going to not have as much of a unifying threat to hold together in certain critical moments as the Ottomans often provided. That's one of the things. A big external threat like the Ottomans can provide a unifying reason for drawing yourself together, and also provide opportunity and a way to get rid of second sons.
Yeah, but
what about third and fourth sons?
Oh, basically, look, you here's what happens. So, your first son, they're trained to take over from you. Your third son probably goes off to become a priest. That's where you probably get them. Fourth son, they have no chance of getting anywhere, so you might get you probably send them off to sea and navy, maybe to be a colonial. But you have to keep your second son close enough that they can take over from your first son if something happens, like illness, but far enough away they're not a threat to the succession of your first son, who you're putting a lot of effort into training to follow you. So that's why you need a nice war in Europe. Basically, the Duke of Parma's army and various other formations in Europe were full of second sons.
What happens if your first son's an idiot and you need to get rid of him so that your legacy has any hope of continuing more than 5 years?
Accidents happen so often, it's terrible. A horse riding accident, a hunting accident, falling down the stairs, choking on an apple, choking on an egg, choking on a fist, choking on a bedpost. Yes.
Accidentally cutting their own throat while shaving.
Yes.
3 times.
I think the most interesting one I've read was that one first son who was probably a bit stupid, apparently managed to choke on a toad while frogging.
Is frogging
That
a
sounds
euphemism?
okay. I'm going to be on Real Engine 4 with you, Chief. That sounds implausible enough to actually be believable.
That's the thing.
Because it's like, you would hope that if you were going to make up a story about an heir dying, you could come up with something better than that.
Oh, Castanet, encouraging him to go on Crusade. That was a brilliant one, but unfortunately Crusades didn't come along reliably enough. You had to be, in the nicest way, to get rid of your son that way, you had to be a monarch and able to bribe a pope.
What if you were a monarch and able to blackmail a pope?
That would do too, but that still requires a significant amount of money to blackmail a pope. There have been some very interesting histories out there. And there was, what was it in one of the French slave-holding colonies? I think there was one first son who apparently his reason for death was being pleasured by his slaves. I seem to remember that, reading that in the book. I cannot remember which one, but he was basically, apparently he was pleasured to death.
Did you just say pleasured to death?
By his slaves, according to a report.
What in the Slaneshi fried?
I have no idea. I have never looked closer than reading that in the book and going,
Yeah.
I don't want to investigate that, because if I find out it's not true, I'm going to be annoyed. And if I find out it is true, I'm going to then want to investigate, have to find out how and why and what the actual context was. And that's all sorts of information which I do not need in my head. So I am not going there.
I'm having a inverse Podrick moment right now.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the nicest way. If you ever want a good laugh, I say this is like Sir Humphrey. Sir Humphrey said, as advice to was given the advice that if ever he wanted a good laugh, he should look up Minister's Secret Service files. If you ever want a good laugh, look up reasons first sons have died in various colonies in any point in the 18th and 19th centuries. There are some really interesting ways to go.
So what you're saying is there's a million ways to die in the Middle East?
No, mostly it's the Caribbean. Basically, it makes Murder in Paradise look...
my life without getting that message from you?
It basically makes Murder in Paradise look like it's a very tame show. Seriously, if Murder in Paradise wanted some really interesting ways to kill people, they'd look up the history of it, because there has been some. Drowning in barrels of rum, falling drunk into a barrel of rum and managing to drown yourself is actually quite a common one.
Yeah.
Falling into threshing machines, again, happens quite regularly. Darwin Awards. There are definitely some Darwin Awards to hand out. It's called Death in Paradise tonight. I'm sorry. I watched the UK television program so much I do remember their names.
Yeah. Because
Oh,
little anecdote, but a member of my extended family died in New Mexico when it was being colonized by the Americans because he got drunk and picked a fight with a hyena and lost.
oh yeah, that's what.
In New Mexico.
Yeah, my family. I've had actually one of them, and this was actually a female member of the family who was in Africa, picked a fight with an elephant.
Yeah, it's like
She tried
Wait
to
a minute,
box.
sorry.
She tried to box
whoa.
it.
The brakes need to be pumped here. Foxo, did you say New Mexico?
Southern United States, yeah.
I hate to break it to you, honey, but we don't have hyenas here natively. So either he fought it in a zoo, or it was a coyote.
I think it might have been a coyote, but I just remember it was a wild dog. But he got really drunk and picked a fight with something wild. And it's like people die in really stupid ways because in a modern day we tend to forget they had lead in their paint and their pipes, and they were drunk most of the time.
Don't worry, you've just described the entire United States Congress.
I would just like to point out my many great aunts who decided to box an elephant was not drunk. She was given a bet by her sister.
That too.
About whether she could win a fight. So she challenged the female elephant, and she actually put on boxing gloves, shorts, a proper top, everything, and tried to box an elephant. And managed to wind it up enough it did actually hit her back.
It's a tamed elephant.
I don't think so. No.
One?
It was a wild one.
Now, is it still considered a Darwin Award if you get fragged by your troops for being an incompetent lieutenant or sergeant?
Yes.
Yes.
I love the unanimity in that response.
Right then. Karl Magasberg. After copious amounts of Slovenia and Croatia join Hungary. Slovenia and Croatia join Hungary. How would the United States Navy, how would the Unified States Navy look in 2025? Let me just check. Probably not that massive. Slovenia does have a coast. It's a very small coast, but they do have a coast, and it doesn't include Trieste, but it does include Koper and that area. Then Croatia has a decent one, and Hungary. Hungary has no naval access to the sea other than Danube. Basically, I'm going to say this as an apology, but that's also got a massive land border with places like Bosnia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Romania, and Ukraine. I'm afraid I think this new state is going to spend more time concentrating on its army than its navy. I think its navy is probably going to be, especially if it's a member of NATO, is probably going to be basically we'll rely on the Italians to do most naval work in the Adriatic, but we're going to have some frigates and probably some SSKs, and have some other systems. Your family scares me in a good way. Look, in a nicest way. Do you know what's worse? And this is one of the things. That was one of the family Christmas bets. Was over that. Literally, this is the Christmas bet law which goes down my family history, and I think the prize for if she did successfully box the elephant and managed to land enough hits and therefore was considered to win the round, was that the other sister would bake her a cake or something. What can I say? My family find ways to amuse themselves throughout history. In some really weird and wacky ways.
Have you considered that your family might be latently suicidal?
No, my family really are one of those families which historically did like the challenge of going to war, and when there wasn't a war, they were bored. That's more
This
the
does
problem.
not.
My family get bored. It's far
I
worse.
feel
Getting suicidal is manageable. Bored is not. That's the thing. You can, with the right kind of, help and therapy, you can talk someone out of being suicidal. People who are perpetually bored are not. It's more a case of the thing I'm more surprised with my family is the sheer number of us who don't have ADHD, etc. We don't. We have been tested, but we have other fun things, but we don't have ADHD as a large number of us. There's a few who do, but not a large number. It's more a case of we just seem to get bored. And I say this myself as the person who at 1 a.m. this morning may or may not have been putting in a window on the house.
Doc, I say this with the greatest respect to the British medical system, but y'all do have some weird definitions of what constitutes certain mental conditions.
Yeah.
You might need something of a second opinion for some of that.
No, I have been tested by an educational psychologist because of the way you go through the UK system. You need to have different ones at different points. So I have actually been tested by an educational psychologist at 11, at 14 for my GCSEs, 11 for Key Stage 3, 14 I had to go back again at 17 for my A-levels at the time because you need a new report then, and I then had to go back again at 18 for when I went into university because I needed a new report again, and then I needed to go back at 21 when I needed one for my PhD because I needed it again because I needed a new report. So I was 5 times assessed.
Uh-huh.
Every single time my IQ went up 2 points.
Uh-huh. And are we sure your mother wasn't standing in the back corner somewhere?
No.
Tapping a billy club or similar instrument?
Oh no, she's had the assessments as well. She's even more just as fun as I am. As I've said before, I have a genetic version of genetic dyslexia, in that I'm considered on the dyslexia grouping, but I'm a genetic dyslexic in that a part of my brain doesn't work. My short-term memory doesn't function properly. Doesn't function the way it's supposed to. But I have a short-term memory which really doesn't function in the way it's supposed to. So when stuff goes into long-term memory, it stays forever. But when it doesn't go in there, I forget it almost immediately. Which is why I'm a really bad liar. I can never lie because realistically, I forget my lies. So I'm the easiest person to trick up on lies. Which is why my policy is I either say nothing or I say nothing when I don't want to. Lying just doesn't work for me. It's always a fun thing to have, but to be so easy to be tricked up, basically just no point going down that route.
Walrus gumboat.
But because of the not having the short-term memory, it means that things I'm interested in, I will be very focused on. But things I'm not interested in, I will basically tend to get done as quickly as I can and then move on. Which is kind of like ADHD, but it isn't called ADHD because it's caused by a part of my brain not functioning and just not working, rather than in a different way than it's what affects that causes ADHD. And I have had brain scans as well to back that up.
I need to push back on some coyote slander that I see in chat here. Coyotes are not shy. Coyotes will make friends with domesticated pet animals, lure them away to an alternate site from their home yard, and then gang up on them and kill them. And they attempt to do this with small children as well.
Yeah.
Coyotes are not shy. Coyotes are very smart. There's a reason why so many Native American tribes in that area have coyotes as the trickster god or trickster deity entity, whatever term you desire to use.
Peter Dawson. What if Britain was allowed 25 capital ships at Washington Naval Treaty? Well, if Britain and America have allowed 25 ships, it's going to change the world quite dramatically. it does mean that actually for later on, the other powers are starting at even more of a disadvantage. But as said, what you end up with is Japan feels more secure because they're able to have 15. They can't sustain 15 operational, but they feel they have 15. So whilst they haven't got the 7-10 ratio that they wanted, they have got 15 capital ships, which allows them to build some more up. So it makes them feel a bit happier and a bit more content. France and Italy are both allowed 10 ships, which means they might actually finish off some more, which means they end up with some interesting vessels. You get some Francisco Caracolas probably built, and I'm just worried now. I just thought what the French might finish off. Oh. Because the French might finish off some of the Normandies. As they're in the process of building them, so they probably would finish them off. So you probably it's either the Normandies or maybe the Leons get finished off, if depending on how much work they've done on them. I think they had done some work on Leon, but probably it is the Normandies, because I don't think they're far enough off to finish, and I don't think they're in a position where they can really finish them off. But it would be interesting to see what happens. It's going to give the world a lot more firepower present in it. It's also going to give a scenario, especially if they are the earlier scenario of they're the earlier scenario of the 15-inch fleet, or if it's a later scenario, if it's a scenario of, okay, we're allowed 25 ships and you can replace your 13.5-inch ships at this point. You have an ongoing construction. Let's say you're allowed to replace 2 every few years or something like that. So you're allowed to get, build 16 ships to replace them. That means you keep a lot more of your infrastructure going. And that means that longer term, World War II is very, very different. Very, very different. Because the two routes you get it is either you've got the 15-inch fleet we talked about earlier, or you're allowing a level of construction. So let's say you're saying you're allowed 25 ships, and Britain's allowed to construct 5 ships in any 5-year period to replace their older ships, and you're allowed to replace ships over a certain age. And the British would start off by replacing the 13.5-inch ships, etc., and constructing a pace of about 5 over any 5-year period. That's going to not strain any of the Britain's economy at all. You lay down ship one year, next year, and so on. Or maybe you lay down 2 at a time, or 2 or 3 at a time, give them 2.5-year construction period. Just do that. Do classes of batches or classes of 2 or 3. And yeah, it works out. Japanese would be allowed to build 3 new ships every 5-year period. The French and the Italians are allowed to build 2 in every 5-year period. And by the time we get to World War II, sorry to keep it on Fox, I'll just finish up the point. By the time you get to World War II, if you think about it, 1922 to 1939 is roughly 17 years. The British could have had 17 new ships come into service by that point, which means of the 25 battleships, only 8 of them, 25 capital ships, only 8 of them will be older ships. Even if they've just been replacing it 1 a year, which very much changes the fleet you're fighting. Kind of Foxer.
So, what about a third hypothetical where they get the 25 ship fleet, but they still have the building holiday, so they're allowed to keep around the 13.5 inch ships going into World War II?
Well, even then, the maintenance and upgrade and modernizations you do on the 13.5-inch ships, the building holiday will still sort of ends in the first London Naval Treaty. You're allowed to build capital ships and start replacing them in the first London Naval Treaty because of certain ages. and aging out, and the 13.5-inch ships would age out by about the first London Naval Treaty. So you would still be starting construction in 1930 and replacing them.
Okay.
And so the British would still be able to start replacing them then. And that would be the other advantage the British would have, because their 13.5-inch ships would be older than most of the American 14-inch ships, etc. So they could start replacing them earlier. It doesn't give you the same level of replacement, but it does mean also if you start your infrastructure, if you start your build up in 1930 rather than 1937, you have kicked off just that much earlier, where you've got just that greater amount of infrastructure still surviving, and you've got a few years before war begins. So you're going to be well into your stride by the time you get to 1939, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which means that, Lord help the Scharnhorst.
You think if the Royal Navy has 25 active battleship hulls that the Germans even attempt a surface fleet buildup?
Oh, they will. They will still do it. Let's be honest, there isn't... And nice way, from the point of view of starting from zero, it doesn't matter if they have 15 or 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and remember, the Scharnhorst weren't built to counter the British. They were built to counter the French. And we haven't done anything to alter the French construction. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the thing is, the only thing you'd have altered is the British have 25, the French are allowed more. So the French have probably 10 capital ships. That's their limit.
If they can
How would the French use it?
Well, the thing is...
Hey, Dragon!
Hey, Dragon. The French probably would use it. This means, by the way, Star Wars and other things are now open. The French probably would use it, but it's because the Italians would use it. Because the Italians would want 10, so the French would want to have 10.
Fair.
But as said, I reckon the French would probably just complete the Normandies. That would be their completion post-war. That would get them up to their 10, completing the Normandies. That does mean you don't get burned as an aircraft carrier. That is one good advantage, because if you think about it, if they're allowed 10 ships, if they complete the 5 Normandies, and they've got the 3. Hang on, how many Bretangs are left? There's only 3 completed. Yeah, they've got 3 Bretangs. They could complete the 4th Bretang, and that gives them 9 of their ships. They've got the Corbett class. They could keep them around, but that's only 4 ships. So pretty much they could go for their 10 would be they could go 4 Corbets, 4 Bretangs, and 2 Normandies, which means you still might get the burn.
I'd almost hope they try and do something different, where they would go with a few more Normandies and maybe a couple of Lyons, but...
Well, the point is, they don't. They could just not compete. They probably can't get the Lyons because they're not far enough along, and they don't want to do that work. But they probably... The thing is, they don't have to complete the 4th of the Bretangs, so they could go 4 Corbets, 3 Bretangs, and then 3 Normandies.
3 Normandies.
Yeah.
Which...
To be fair, does give them not a bad starting point.
I just hope they would get something better later. I don't mind the Normandies and Lyons, but
let's be honest,
they are noticeably French.
They are noticeably not great. But
I have found an aircraft design that Fleet would absolutely love.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to share it.
Yes, apologies for not being around. I had a rather notable friend around.
That's good.
It's okay. Your abandonment will be noted in the log.
Don't worry. I've already cleared it with the only person here I fear.
Okay.
So, Leslie?
No, Foxo. Leslie, I don't need to fear because I would get taken out quickly. It's
That's
Foxos the
like,
concern.
you fear the one who'll make you suffer, not the one who'll just end it quickly.
Make them suffer, alien beings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, who even guess where that's from nowadays?
Runon should. They're old enough.
Oh, good lord.
They're old enough and in the right communities.
Okay. So, Jonathan Moon. How would the Royal Navy assess, classify Imperial Iron Brewing Company? We have considerable infrastructure, 2 ports, and 4, even 5 first rates. Probably as a significant threat. However, you've got enough British Royal Navy officers in you, they probably would look the other way and go, food, that's good, they're doing the work for us. But with that many first rates, they're probably looking and going, okay, is this the new company? This is the equivalent of the East India Company in the Caribbean.
Would that make you guys the West India Company?
No, well, we had the West Africa Company, didn't we? Or the Africa Company?
We had the Hudson Bay Company. At several points, there were some quite big companies. Hudson Bay Company was a very interesting one.
Because you had the Hudson Bay Company, you had the Niger Company, you had the South Sea Company.
Yeah.
The East African Company. West Indian Company and East India Company.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'm diving on, but apparently I'm joining friends. For democracy, boys.
And girls.
Well, that is indeed one thing
Oh.
Perth is actually quite good with dealing with.
It's Kia Bill. What are we doing?
Oh, God, Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
Dragon, do you have an ability to stop Foxo going on the internet?
Not reasonably.
Navalized Typhoon and Tornado pictures are currently going around on various parts of Twitter.
Excuse me? To be fair, I'm interested in that.
Wait, are these the ones based off Tornado 2000?
These are the ones that various people have been working on, including the Navalized Typhoon has CFT and thrust vectoring.
That's weird, but okay. Thrust vectoring Typhoon.
That was to help with landing on a carrier.
And people told me it couldn't be done.
I would say it shouldn't be done, but this is currently what's going on my Twitter feed, and I'm just watching and worrying about it.
Shouldn't be done does not mean it cannot be done.
No, I'm talking about laws of physics shouldn't be done, but we'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, and a 4-engine bomber shouldn't be able to dive bomb. But they did it anyway.
Nor should a 4-engine plane be stealthy enough to shadow a fleet and not be heard. There's a few things that shouldn't be, but are.
No, I think the Buccaneer have lasted that long.
But yes.
If anyone wants head pats in the chat, send me those images.
Okay.
And if you don't have the images, find the images and then send her the images.
All right.
That's an interesting question.
Well, I know which site is following, is producing these, and these are all the chat is wandering around. So, I could share this with you, but I'm choosing not to for the safety of my good colleague, Fleet, who I feel tomorrow would be getting an inordinate amount of questions about Navalized Typhoon and the thrust vectoring. But yeah, it's coming through a lot. Oh, they've got an entire Instagram and entire project set up to around it. Including, it's all based on the proposals made to the Indian Navy in 2011. Oh, good lord.
Wait, no, so these would be based off... For those of you that don't know, Tornado 2000 was an attempt at a low observation aircraft based off the Tornado. Why? An observation is halfway house for stealth. Still an opening get stealth tornado.
Send help. I joined a buddy of mine on a mission, and I don't know what we're doing or why we're doing it.
Welcome to going on a ship shape tour.
I was told this was going to be a pleasant time. We were just going to bathe in the oil of our enemies. They didn't tell me the enemies were going to shoot back.
Hey, look, nice way the enemies have never managed to shoot back on a ship-shaped tour. Usually me and Drac have dealt with them before they could shoot back.
The Norwegians came close.
You were wearing a red shirt that day. We take no defense of you when you're wearing a red shirt. We have told you this before. It's away team rules. If you choose to wear a red shirt, it's on you.
I'm the team medic as well. I thought I would be safe.
Do not wear a red shirt.
They always shoot Doc first. They always come to regret that decision. I'm watching somebody burn to death because they don't want to dive. Okay.
Okay.
And medics should wear blue if they don't want to be shot.
Yes.
Not red.
Okay.
No, you don't wear blue. Blue's the press colour, which is going to get you shot just by different forces.
Or the UN.
I have put the image links for the Typhoon information into the chat. Okay, Lions. What if the Royal Navy ordered and produced HMS Dreadnought with 3 sisters instead of just 1? How does this affect the Dreadnought race of Dreadnought? It basically means that the Royal Navy starts off the Dreadnought race with already a massive advantage. So they've already got 4. And then they're all probably ordering the next batch of 4 and the next batch of 4. And the thing is, if they keep ordering batches of 4 at the rate they can build them, there's never going to be a quantitative race with the Germans. Because if they're starting from a position of 4 and they've already ordered the next 4, and maybe they've ordered 4 Invincibles and they're ordering in batches of 4, then the Germans are never going to be able to catch up, basically, without ruining their economy or spending more than their army's prepared to let the Navy spend. So that's the scenario for them. If that's what they do, then they're in trouble. But for the Royal Navy, it's great. But it means that, well, if you don't have the quantitative race, you just have a qualitative race, and the Germans can never get close, then it's very hard to see how you get the same national scare going on over the Germans, over their fleet size and their strength, because that's one of the things. Because the British cut short their construction, that's why the Germans were able to get within touching distance of the Royal Navy before, and the Royal Navy had to pull it out the bag by going, we're ordering 6 and we're ordering 8 and we're ordering this and this and this, and that's why you end up with the We Want 8 campaign, where the Royal Navy wanted 6, the Treasury wanted 4, and they settled on 8, with the idea being that the Treasury 4 get ordered, and 4 will get ordered if the Germans actually lay down any ships. When the Germans lay down ships, that meant another 4 were ordered, so they got 8. Yeah, John Shea, yes, it's Star Trek reference. It's appropriate for an alternate history discussion. It is appropriate for alternate history. What is the red shirt context? Yeah. Basically, the red shirts always come running over the hill and always get killed. And in this case, our good friend Dan was walking up a hill, and next to a base, and managed to get self-positioned in such a way that there were multiple people looking at him from bushes. Bidzek, if the oil crisis had continued in the 1920s, what would the consequences be, fleet composition-wise, Treaty Act? If the oil crisis continued into the 1920s, then you probably see, especially Britain, investing more in storage of oil and being more aggressive in its colonial efforts to secure access to oil. That's what the nations which can secure oil will go all out to secure oil. The nations which can't will probably end up relying on coal-powered ships into the 1920s. Now, the interesting thing about the Typhoon pictures, of course, is this. If Typhoon was available in a navalized version for the Indians in 2011, would the British get Catabar Queen Elizabeth rather than going for Vistol carriers and maybe get 3 of them because they could then fit them with Eurofighters? Or would it be a scenario where the British would build up so each of our carriers would be carrying a squadron of Typhoons and a squadron of F-35Cs, as well as Hawkeyes? With the Typhoon, basically, they were taking the role of the F-18 in our carrier groups. Interesting idea for you all to think about. Oil crisis in the 1910s, that doesn't really affect much. You know, most of the ships are coal-powered with oil as extra power. Oil-powered ships don't come in until you get to the Queen Elizabeth class, and even then, the British have already secured a large amount of access. Quite literally, the Royal Navy is doing everything but actually buying shares in oil companies to secure access to oil. Fox has gone very quiet since I shared the link to the pictures in the chat.
But I
She's
feel
probably
if you
vibrating with excitement.
I feel if you listen very closely.
Has she found yet the links in the chat in the thread to the navalized Tornado?
I don't know yet, but we'll find out. Well, I'll probably find out later.
Tornado 2000.
There is a lot of interesting things. There are a lot of interesting stuff put together about it as an option. Look, it
I
would have
think
been
someone
fun.
has just made Foxo exceptionally happy, and we should all be very afraid.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, this is Tornado 2000. It's got the high load wing roots. Because, yeah, those are WB-144s.
She is
So
incredibly
those.
excited. Melanie, you wonder if Foxo missed your comment there. In nicest way, I'm fairly certain Foxo is paying no attention to the chat or anything at this precise time, other than what's in front of her on the Typhoon and Tornado stuff. Because I wouldn't be surprised if she has found this one. Oh, it's snowing in Tokyo at the moment, and oh, I wish I was on those trains. It does look beautiful.
You don't understand. One of these models is equipped with 6 dumbfire retarded nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Now, you just need to give the nuclear bombs a chance, okay? They can be just as capable as any other atomic weapon, all right?
All right.
No, retarded means they fall very slowly, not their intelligence. They're slow fall bombs.
Mm-hmm. That's basically.
Why is this the point where you're?
That's usually the point at which they are. If they are slow fall bombs, that's usually to try so that they are thermonuclear rather than ground burst, air burst rather than ground burst systems.
Yeah, or you're dropping them from low altitude.
Oh yes, gives you time to get away.
It's the RAF. I mean, they probably have to climb to open the bomb bays.
This has caused trouble. This is one of the reasons why we have F-35Bs rather than A's or C's, so they don't have bomb bays, because in nicest way, our pilots would actually have to gain altitude to use them.
Are you telling me that the RAF is the only air force in the world which is considered using air filters for their turbine intakes?
Considered using air filters. Occasionally it's been joked that most RAF jet engines are leaf blowers. Carrot 151, if Japan and America stay out of World War II, where do you think the British would launch an amphibious attack on Europe? Or do you think they would hold off until a successful Tube Allies test? If there's no Japan, there's no war in the Far East, and the British are able to focus, basically it's probably going to be North Africa to the Mediterranean, and it's probably going to be going up, using naval power, because Italy's the best place to use naval power to go up Italy, get Italy out the war, and then it's going to work from there. So potentially landing in possibly landing in southern France, and working up through France, the British route, because keeping the Germans focused on a North Atlantic wall by maintaining a force up there and maintaining a fleet up there, but attacking from the south would probably be the British route of march. That's probably how they'd sort of bring it at that point. 10 HH to FSZ. IO? I'm going to call you IO because I think that's IO. What if the Ronedi chose to upgrade Sea Vixen to an F3 standard instead of buying the Phantom in order to save funds for their carriers? Like CV01. Ooh.
Oh lordy, that's a bad idea.
Yeah,
Wait.
I'm going to let Foxo go for that one. It's about the only question which might distract her from navalized Typhoon and Tornado for a second.
Right, Fox, what do they actually mean by the F3 standard here? Because I might have heard it.
It was the plan to modernize the Vixen for AM9, early AM9.
Right.
The Phantom's missiles.
Is it the... Okay, so it's not the same one where they plan to completely reinforce the wing spars, give it new engines, give it afterburners, and make it go supersonic?
Most of those, but it was still subsonic.
Because there is the whole thing of basically... I can't remember the actual name, but it's Super C-Rex. I think this is a perfectly good idea and will not get people killed at all. We swear.
Yeah.
They're saying, to be fair, they're saying an F3 standard, not necessarily the historically mooted one.
It's still a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because it's different generations of aircraft here. The Phantom is just, especially when he gets his Rolls-Royce engines, leagues more capable.
Yeah, like, I love the Sea Vixen. I'm not going to say it's my favourite plane, contrary to what some people think, but
we know it's your favourite. Stop pretending it isn't.
No, there's definitely others.
We know. We know the two posters you have above your head that you can stare at is one of Foxo and one of the Sea Vixen. We know that's what you have above your bed.
Actually, if you want to be honest, the only thing I've actually really got hung up on my walls is a tapestry map of Fodland.
Yes, and besides that is an image of its paper aircraft, which is the Tornado GR4. Isn't it, Dragon?
I think I'm mixing up Buccaneer here a bit, but anyway.
It's Tornado GR4.
In general, I like the Sea Vixen as a plane. It's a goofy plane. It's got character. There's a reason it's retired when it is.
It's an old aircraft by the time we're getting Phantoms. It's an incredibly unsafe aircraft by the 60s, by the standard of the 1960s.
Considering that the Sea Vixen starts in a 1946 idea, then comes from a 1940 specification, it's only then after to Sea Venom and such. Then when they finally go a bit late, it's only from there in 51 do they actually build a new prototype. And so if you're going off 51, they retired in 72. That's 21 years, and in this period, 21 years is a lot of aviation tech. So,
Sea Vixen is pre-transonic flight.
Because what? So, say you get 6 AIM-9s, we'll say. Because Sea Vixen can have 3 pylons per wing.
Yeah. Couldn't you carry 12 AIM-9s then? Because couldn't you double the AIM-9s on a pylon?
I guess you could. The lines were only designed for 1 missile per, but I guess if you do twin racks, you probably could get 12. I think, again, you probably then more see 8 in 4 twin racks than you have 2 pylons for anything else that's needed, maybe?
Yeah.
Remember, it's 3 racks of Red Top, which was a chonky missile.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he introduced the down barrier.
Now, again, from what I've seen, Sea Vixen did have a proposal to rate it for supersonic flight. They just had to redesign the internal wings, reinforce the wing spars, reinforce the fuel tanks, reinforce the main structure, change pressurization system, give it new engines, because that was part of it they had to do, partly to give it enough speed, partly enough to, we need to make sure the engines survive. The amount of work you're doing on her is... Just buy Phantom.
Can I just say the scariest thing in the world I have just seen, okay? I really hope Ed Davey is not watching Japanese elections. Because the left-wing party, in terms of the Japanese politics, broadly speaking, left-wing as far as we'd approach it, a guy called Rei Shinsetsugumi did a interpretive dance, it seems, to try and win over voters. Ed Davey has done enough weird things to try and get voters to know there's a Liberal Democrat Party. If he gets ideas from this, could all be traumatized by it. Okay?
No. Here's the thing. We could weed out so many politicians. If we said to run and be president or prime minister, you had to be able to break dance.
That's not so much weeding. That's not so much weeding out as natural selection by dying. No,
exactly.
No.
I feel like discriminatory against physically disabled people, and there are actually some who are wheelchair bound, which would make good candidates. So I'm not in favor of that. However, I would say able to change your PC name could be disqualifying criteria for standing for office.
So, to refer to a couple of things in the chat then, Celix and compare Red Top, which had a radar proposed variant? Yes. But Red Top's basically an anti-bomber missile. You don't really want to use it for anything that's...
It's got low... It's got very low GM load.
It's got...
For Matthew Keeling, no, it's not completely redesigned into a new aircraft. It would look at intercepting a bomber.
Yeah, but the Sea Lightning would have been able to do Mach 2 and keep up with the Phantom. The Sea Vixen, even if you make it supersonic, wouldn't.
Yes, for like... But it would be able to achieve that Mach 2 speed for like
11 minutes.
Yeah.
OBS just disconnected and reconnected for some reason. I have no idea why. It basically heard you two discussing this and went, no.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Sea Lightning is actually one of the first planes in both air services to actually consider variable geometry wings.
Yep.
Well, especially with Jet Age, it's one of the first.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next question before you two disappear completely down this one. Can you recommend any book about either Roman or Byzantine's navy? Simon Elliott's Roman Britain's Pirate King is pretty good. He's got a few good books coming out on their navy. I would say there's also... I tend to start looking into various books. To get the books about the Roman Navy, you tend to have to dig quite deep down the publication list because there hasn't been many of them. Because for some reason, most people obsess over the Roman army, not the Roman Navy. Despite the fact that the Roman Navy is basically made up of auxiliary and they are professionals and they are arguably one of the world's first professional navies. In terms of they are very, very professional. The amount of people who claim big ships are just floating target practice for World War II. They aren't.
They do realize that, like, aircraft carriers are quite large ships, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things of the amount of people who presume it's just so universal. The big ships are just floating target practice. Then you look through the war and go, how many big ships go into war? How many of them survive? Losing them is rare. That's why that's a big event.
Yep.
But you still need them.
Yeah. How many times has a big ship hit by 1,000-pound bomber and just went, you what, mate? How many carriers? No, that's illustrious. Be illustrious. Never mind.
Yeah. Then you are just asked a question. How many carriers took a 1,000-pound bomb? Pretty much every single member of the illustrious class did, and tanked it and carried on.
Pretty much anything that isn't American.
Even then, quite a few American carriers took 1,000-pounders and went, oh.
Yeah, if you have the right, and once you got the damage control worked out and you were ready to go, you could take them, you could tank them. Nice way. That's the thing. If you're a big enough ship, you have the mass to take a bomb and still keep in certain areas and still keep going. This is the point about the bigger ships. They're actually more survivable. The little ships get hit, it's a guaranteed sink. You know,
It's like an armor's pretty effective, especially against high explosive bombs, to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Who gave the chicken walkers rockets? I did not approve this decision. Foxo, why did you give the chicken rockers rockets?
No, sorry. I've just found an image of a Fox armored car that someone's done a rendered with, but it's got 2 hydro rocket pods strapped to the sides of the turret.
Okay, can we all just be afraid and just leave it there?
I wanted in War Thunder.
Oh, good lord.
I need these civilians to stop dying in my active shootout. It's very annoying, and it's making this take longer.
Right then. So next question, New IQ 472. How much difference between shell sizes is needed to be reliably to reliably tell the shell splashes apart? Could 8-inch and 16-inch be differentiated at practical ranges? Yes. Basically, once you're at the point at which you're trying to figure things apart, you want a fairly substantial difference between the shells. But the trouble is, when shells splash into water, they tend to splash into water and not go boom. If a shell goes boom, then you can usually tell it apart a little bit easier. But just think about this. There are a lot of shells which didn't go boom, they hit the water, and they reached crush depth. And possibly went boom then, or possibly got crushed before they could. There's a whole debate about them, whether they would or wouldn't. My view has always been, I don't think the fuses are that good. I think they go off before they reach crush depth, because of the effect of the water pressure on the fuses. But there are some people who maintain that the shells wouldn't go off until so they would get crushed.
Does that mean that in shallow waters there could just be a whole bunch of shells at the bottom of a sea?
Yes, there are.
There are.
In the North Sea?
Yes.
Unlikely.
Mostly in the Irish Sea.
Why they have so much issues dredging?
Yeah. The thing is about a crushed shell, it's probably not going to go off. It's been crushed. A shell which hasn't reached crush depth and for some reason hasn't rusted enough so the detonator hasn't rusted away, that's more of a worry thing for you.
It's like what happens when they dredge up bombs.
That's when you lose trawlers.
Yeah, because I think it's what they dig up like 300 bombs a year from World War II in Germany alone.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever tally up the ordnance we expended over Germany?
We have a theoretical idea of how much.
How significant is the rounding error?
Well, that's the problem, because at a certain point in the bombing campaign, the British were sending 1,000 bomber plus raids. And you know how many bombers got back, you don't know how many necessarily delivered their bombs.
Or how many got shot down but bombed early.
Yes. How many got damaged, managed to bomb the target, and then were lost on the way back.
For anybody who does spread, complete topic change, but for anybody who does spread managed democracy, leave your opinions on the railgun in chat.
Okay, next question. 1931. If the British Empire were not declined, would Vickers Armstrong have been one of the main suppliers of SSBN and SN to the Royal Navy? And which UK shipbuilders would have built Royal Navy supercarriers? Yes, and the next one is, well, let's see. Who controls the 305-meter long, 45-meter wide dry dock and inch screen? Oh, that would be a group called Camel Lairds, if I remember correctly. So probably going to be them.
I also feel slightly obligated to point out that even in a non-declined British Empire, there's still events where companies can go under due to mismanagement. And even in a situation where the government bails them out for a given definition of bailout, they can still be reorganized and fall under different names.
Well, the main reason I said Vickers Armstrong would have been still the main supplier of SSB and SN is because it's Vickers Armstrong Barrow, which is now the Barrow and Furnace where they build all the submarines. So it might not be Vickers Armstrong the company, but it would still probably be Barrow building it.
Yeah, because remember, BAE is built on the corpse of Vickers Armstrong.
Yeah.
You might just see them conglomerate anyway.
British shipbuilders took over Vickers in 1977. Then it was General Electric Company, which is the British one, to run it around it 1995 to 1999, and then BAE Systems bought Vickers Shipbuilding and Engineering Limited in 1999, and it's become BAE Systems Submarine Solutions. I think it is now. Yeah.
Okay, question. Do they sell submarines or solutions to submarines?
They sell both.
Ah!
Oh, Vickers did all sorts of interesting mismanagement, but they were also corrupt. They were also usually good enough at salesmanship. They had enough money coming in, they could deal with it. And the thing is, Vickers managed to mismanage themselves in a way which tended to work out well for them. It was absolutely atrocious from any kind of efficiency study, but it tended to work out well for them for quite a long period of history.
Until the 60s.
Yes. When other people started demanding things like accountants. People started, investors started demanding things like to check your accounts in the 60s.
Yes, or...
Terrible.
Yeah.
No. I am paying the investor a dividend. In return, ignore my accounts and do not read them. You don't need to understand. You don't need to see what's going on in the company. I'm giving you money. Shut up and go away. You actually want to discern on my decisions as a managing director of Vickers? Really? What gives you the right? I don't care you invested millions of pounds. I give you money to go away and leave me alone. It's terrible. Terrible. Next thing you know, you have shareholders demanding that they actually have a say on who the board of directors are.
Governments.
What kind of foreign world are we just coming to? You French?
Next, you'll have presidents claiming that they don't have a board, when in actuality they have a board.
Good God. Just terrible. Lions, Dr. Clarke's thought that sounds too realistic. Someday I will get my mum on here and have her tell you the story of some of the managing directors she knew from Lloyd's Register. And you will realise that a lot of my impressions are second-hand impressions from her impressions of them when it comes to managing directors of companies, etc. Because, yeah, they were fun. Team Biscuit Gaming. British Franco Union was formed post-World War II. Panel, what would be the impact of NATO, EU, and what does the Navy, Air Force, and Army look like in 2026? I have no idea because that's too far back, but it's probably a lot bigger than it is now. It is now in terms of scenario. If you've got Britain and France actually being a union,
You might actually see a more federal European Union.
you could well see a more federal European Union. It could be a very different. It could be that the British Franco Union expanded.
Yeah,
That could literally be how it worked. It could be that Belgium, Netherlands, actually expanded into a joint union.
Denmark, Norway, and then Germany after unification. Doesn't the pulse for China though?
Oh, my mum's main apprehension about being in here has nothing to do with the microphone or being on camera. Her apprehension about being in here is that there isn't enough comfy chairs for her to sit on. She said the moment she gets a settee, I get a settee in here, she'll be sitting with a dog on the settee and having a chat with you all. She's completely fine with that.
I fear for my safety.
You know, that's the sort of thing. She wants a settee, she wants a comfy seat, and she wants a place for a dog and a cup of tea. That's her standard. You know, that's why she's never joined me on camera before, because it isn't up to her standings. Sebastian Crutchfield, 7006. Why did the Royal Navy have so many small gun calibers World War II, from 4 to 4.7 inches to 5.2 inches? Because they tried to standardise multiple times in the 1920s and 30s. I've said this before, the Royal Navy almost has too much money at certain points in its period. And the thing is, in 1920s and 30s, it couldn't build a lot of ships, so it was trying to standardise on the best guns it could for its destroyers and things. And so it had the money to do it. So it tried first off with the 4-inch gun. That was enough, so it didn't try the 4.7-inch gun. Then it tried the 4.5, then it went to the 4.5-inch gun. None of those guns were considered good enough for the cruisers to have, but they wanted the cruisers to be better for AA, so they went for the 5.25-inch gun for the cruisers. So basically, they have too much money. That's the problem. I know this is a weird thing for someone like me to be caught saying, because apparently, you know, I was told the other day, you just want to spend money on the Navy. You just don't think. You just want to spend money on the Navy. You don't think about all. But you can have too much money or not enough to spend it on. Realistically, with the Royal Navy, the way the funding was allotted, they weren't allowed to. It would have been better if they could have spent that money on sloops, but the Treasury wouldn't allow them to spend that money on sloops. The Treasury would give them money for the guns. So they would do a big capital project of investing in a new gun type, which would provide a lot more employment to spread out various arms manufacturers, etc. in the UK and all these things, and that was kind of useful for the UK. But doesn't necessarily help the Royal Navy logistically. Whereas the US Navy, which has virtually no money for these things, gets the 5-inch, and then she eventually gets a 5-inch 38 to replace its existing 5-inch, and it has to be happy with it. And so they have one gun to standardise on everything. And they do well logistically because of it. The Royal Navy, which has money, spends the money. And by the way, it also has 5.5-inch guns as well. That's one usually forgotten. It's also usually forgotten they have about 4 different varieties of 4-inch gun, which require 2 different types of shell. They have 2 different, 2.5 really different varieties of 4.7-inch gun, and different mounts, and a whole scale of mounts. And then there's the 4.5-inch guns as well. So yeah, it's just there's too much money.
It's sometimes too much money that you have to spend too quickly, or that where you have to achieve something. It's the same reason.
Yeah,
I guess you end up with a profusion of different tanks or fighter planes coming into service because you don't have time to kind of perfect and smooth and go, okay, we're going to have this one which we've chosen from a selection and we've gone through years and years of testing. In World War II, it's like, we need aeroplane. Does this aeroplane fly? I don't know. Maybe it's currently drawn on the back of a napkin. We'll take 10,000 of them.
I would say the trouble is that's later on. That's 1937 onwards. This is before 1937, and in that period you're dealing with the same funding issues you have today for any department of government, any department, right down to You'll probably notice this in hospitals. You have
That's
your
what I'm
budget.
thinking of.
You have your budget given to you. If you don't spend your budget, you will have a reduced budget the next year, when you could have
Yep.
other problems come up. So if you actually, it doesn't reward you for being efficient with your spending. It doesn't reward you for putting some money aside because you might have more problems next year. It only rewards you for spending your money. So you spend your money.
Yep.
Thank you, Jonathan Moon, for the super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, but would you say there's also a degree that it's a case of we want to standardize all the guns, so we're going to create a new standard for all the guns?
Yeah.
What if then in reality, there's one more standard of guns
Yes.
to the pile of 17 other standards of guns?
So that's the reality of what the Royal Navy had. Because here's the thing: the Royal Navy would go, "We're developing these new guns. Great. Okay, we now want to retrofit. We now want the money to retrofit them to the older ships. Oh, we're not going to give you money for that." And then they get money for a new standard of guns. Okay, now we want to retrofit them to the older standard of ships. No, we're not going to give you money for that. So they develop a gun, they'd start fitting it to the new ships, they'd want to retrofit it to the older ships, they wouldn't get the money for that, they get the money for a new gun. And it's one of those things with government expenditure. I can, to an extent, understand it, because if you're sitting at it from a pure accountancy mind, you get to go, we haven't spent that money this year, so obviously you didn't need it, so we can reduce your budget. But it could be, in the case of the Royal Navy, they could be going, well, what we're doing is we're saving the money to standardise the gun, and we're doing gun research. We don't want to implement new guns until we're sure we've got the right gun, and we can standardise all across the ships. So we'd rather put the money to one side and park it. But you can't do that. It did get the message. Inaugural formation of Mrs. Clarke's SETI fund. Yes, I have spotted it. Yes, there is, She actually, specifically, she wants a fold-out bed, SETI, a sofa, put it down here. There's going to be 2 in this place. There's going to be 1 down here, 1 upstairs. The 1 upstairs is for Dan F when he comes to stay. The 1 downstairs is for Dan C when he comes to stay. I have been told this. My friends require beds in my property, apparently, and I'm not given any freedom on this. It literally, what I call my lounge is called Dan F's room by my mum, or rather, a lovely Daniel. Because one is the lovely Daniel and one is the kind Daniel.
Yes.
I don't get a nice epithet before my
Is
name.
there a darn Daniel?
I'm just son. I don't get a nice epithet. Where is my nice epithet?
Beloved son.
No, don't get that one. Okay.
Well, then if you make a damn Daniel joke, I'm going to call you old.
Stafford. The Germans break the atom first, and instead of a bomb, they mounted in a V2 rocket. Well, that would be a bomb.
That is a bomb, but
okay. We'll go with that. Explosive warhead in a rocket, okay. What would they be more likely to target? London. Literally, that's their one. They would either go for London or Moscow. Probably London. Jonathan, given how many men there are in your generation family, son itself is a standout. Yeah, I am. Again, for those who don't know, I'm the only boy in 40 cousins in my generation. There are boys below me. There are boys in the generation above, a long way, a lot older than me. They're about... The nearest one to me is about 35 years older, up above. But down below, there are some boys now. They're in there. There's a couple who have approached who have now are in their teenage years. I mean, literally, I have 2 teenage boy cousins now. They are 13 this year. I finally got teenagers in the family. There's a lot of teenage girls. I know, because I take them out to places sometimes and I get funny looks from people. Apparently a guy who's not yet 40, hanging around with a load of teenage girls is weird. I'm their chauffeur. Bag carrier.
I'm not going to make that.
Yeah, I know what people might be thinking, but it's literally they're my cousins. As far as I'm concerned, they're my little, they're extra sisters. And also, they're the ones who give me all my snazzy clothing advice and tell me how to dress cool. I take no notice of them, but they try.
Those Paw girls.
There are lots of in the nicest way. My family is a scary horde when they want to be. 8420. A fully equipped Type 9 U-boat is copy-pasted into Wilhelmshaven in 1910. How technologically can technology be reverse engineered by the Imperial shipyards? Limited documentation is bought, but no crew. There's going to be a lot of things which they're going to have trouble with.
Yeah, those electrical engines are basically magic.
Yeah. The diesel engines are not much better. The welding is going to be definitely beyond them. And let's be honest, some of the Type 9s are usually pretty good, but there's going to be a lot of systems which they're going to look at and be completely confused by. And they've only got one to go through in limited documentation. It's going to take them a while. And that's if they manage to... The other problem for them is going to be the sheer level of penetration the British have of the Imperial dockyards.
Yep.
Because the British have basically got the German dockyards so heavily penetrated that even the Germans believe that the British know everything that is going on in the dockyards. That's why the Germans never think that it's radio intercepts that's happening to them. They believe that they are, it's human intelligence because they know the British have penetrated them so heavily. This is why the Germans are always going, oh, no. It's not radio. It's not our radios which they're picking up. They just know our plans because they're getting all the information from somewhere. From human, there's spies everywhere. How would the Allies respond, Stafford, to your earlier question? Basically, they would be bombing every production line, every system they could get to stop them launching. And if they're using V2 rockets, that's kind of late in the war by the time they get it. And they manage to get them out of V2 bomber. The British are going to be working very hard to push those launchers as far back as they physically can, because the V2 is the one which they had the most trouble stopping. So basically, it would be stop it launching at all costs. There would be bombing raids, there would be mosquitoes, there would be Mustangs, there would be everything they could hunting down those launchers before they could fire.
Yeah, you'd also see meteors deployed frontline in late 44.
Yeah.
They were reserved for training squadrons and B1 patrols. They ain't doing B1 patrols if there's nukes flying about.
No.
But how have they got access to the uranium for it?
Well, we're hand-waving that, I think.
Okay.
Especially given that the Nazis were going down a blind alley when it comes to fission research.
Not so much blind alley as a dead end.
Nightwolf, if you had a chance to upgrade the main battery on the King George V, which one would it be and why? If I could upgrade the battery on the King George V, I would want to go for... Ooh, which guns would I want to go for to upgrade the fifth? If I was going to upgrade the King George V, and I wasn't going to have the 14-inch gun, which I would prefer not to have, I would probably want to bring in the 15-inch 45 because then I could modernize the other. Because while developing it, I could modernize the other 15-inch gunships in the Royal Navy. And that, considering a 15-inch 45 would be lighter than a 15-inch 42, I could rapidly modernize them and improve them. And that would allow me to improve not just the Queen Elizabeth, but pretty much every other ship in the every single one of the 15-inch gunships in the Royal Navy very quickly. Absolutely right. Query Summer, if you didn't study history, would you have studied law? Actually, the toss-up for me was between history and IT.
I'm now imagining Doc as a lawyer, and I'm deeply concerned.
There was always quite a lot of my peer group at school did go on to become barristers, but for me it was always IT or history. Those were my two big things. And there's physics was also always a possibility, but to be honest, I decided quite early on that physics was more maths than I actually enjoyed. I could do it, but I didn't enjoy it. I liked the mechanics side of physics. I liked doing astrophysics. I didn't like the large amounts of maths that came with it. But no, it would be IT or history. It was always going to be one or the other. And I still keep quite well qualified in IT. The other option, people often did want me to study law, but again, there's the problem of my trouble with lying, which I thought might be a bit of an issue in law.
Well, that's the trick, is that you never actually lie. You just heavily shade the truth or omit certain truths. Wait, Zen is streaming?
Mm-hmm. This is streaming. Bone Boy, what does Dr. Clarke think of torpedo-heavy battleships for Sweden, Sea World of Warships New Line? Does it make more sense in the Baltic? Nope. It doesn't. Man640, can anyone name the most expensive weapons program in World War II? It depends. If you're including the B-29 program as on its own, it's probably the B-29. If you include the nuclear Manhattan Project and the B-29 to deliver it, and the Specialist Lancaster Project to deliver it, then it's definitely the Manhattan Project.
Wasn't Silver Plate a separate program from B-29?
Yes and no.
Like, they were obviously related because Silver Plate was the modification program to the B-29. But
yeah, but the shaping of the bomb and everything is originally designed around the B-29's bomb bay and ability to carry it, so they're kind of integrated from the get-go. If the B-29 and Manhattan are separate, then it's the B-29. Basically, it goes, we've developed B-29 hang on to actually deploy the bomber. The bomb we need to modify the B-29, so we do the Silver Plate. And that's the thing. It's a fun time. Yeah, the B-59 was 150% of the cost of the Manhattan Project. Do you know what's even more fun? No one could figure out how much the British spent on some of their projects because we buried it over so many years. Still don't know. John of Moon. Thank you. Oh, good lord. So, I think I do that. And hopefully it is streaming. And the bot is supposed to have worked to collect more questions, but it's not working.
Yeah, this was the problem we had before.
Now it stopped working even on my controls. Okay. I will do a quick reset of the bot.
no, don't close it. Don't close it. Don't close the thing.
I wasn't going to close it.
Because we could see the questions coming through on the queue, but they weren't going in and I was going, I've lost control
Palmer,
to myself.
Wait till it's actually started.
Please
It's
don't.
flashed up as working.
All right, I have got too much attention being
If you
called
send,
up. So
if anybody sends questions, I'm going to delete them.
Steve, no, don't worry about it. Don't do that. Don't say that. Yeah.
Knight, you were told, do not send questions. Why did one just appear?
Closed. Questions now open. Okay, questions should now be open and working.
Yay! It
Yeah,
hit the machine.
It's working.
Right.
I'm not sure why it's going a bit weird, but hey ho.
Right, you can try again, Knight. Go ahead.
And I think it was just very, very delayed in working. I think it's running very, very delayed.
There's a lot of latency going on, isn't there?
Yeah. Oh, that's a fun one from Maya. We'll let in about. Let's see. I think we're at about once we reached about 6 in, we'll then pause it again.
I'm just putting something in to see about latency. Right, I do that. Nope, there's no latency between me doing something on Twitch and it hitting the bot.
Is it YouTube where the latency is?
I think so, yeah.
That is usually where that latency occurs, yes.
Yeah.
For some reason, YouTube's API is massively non-performant.
So, Sudo's anti-ship ballistic missiles question come through. Wilson Trippett's question has come through. Castanayer's has come through. Stafford's has just come through, even though I actually didn't see what the question was.
Okay.
Why do I never see Stafford's questions?
I think we've got enough questions in now.
Because Stafford is stealthy like that.
I never see any of his posts. Sorry, Stafford.
Peter, with C4 survival, why no Japanese battleship discussions? Honestly, because I can answer this one. Honestly, because I don't see in that period the Japanese deploying their massive battleship force down south that early on in the war. They were still going by far more stricter pre-war doctrine in the early part of World War II, in their involvement in World War II. They basically start to break down some of their doctrine about what they're using their battleships for by about 1943. I don't see that happening in 1942, especially not by the Navy to salvage the Army's campaign. But yeah, that's a good question. Thank you for that. But that's why I was reasoning. I just looked at it and was going, look, I'm only going as far. I think I went as far as March 1942. When I was stopping off, I wasn't going further than that because you change the war so much so quickly that you can no longer. You're basically just inventing stuff. And I always do that role with alternate histories of I go, look, at this point, I am now talking about my logic based on my logic based on my logic. I'm now too far from historical facts. It's literally just me talking fiction. So I always draw a line and I go, I can justify up to X, up to the X point. I can't justify beyond. So that's one of the other things that people sometimes sort of catches people out because they go, well, this would happen and this would happen. I go, they might happen, but I don't see them happening before this point in this war. It's like someone's done an incredibly detailed comment about they thought it would be torpedo boats engaging and these sort of things. And I agree, torpedo boats and submarines will be a factor. I just don't see them a factor before about April 1942. because it would take time for them to deploy into the area. Because you only have so many around the world, and you have to position them and have to bring them in, and that's the reality. They don't have infinite numbers already deployed, and that's when they got there roughly historically. Not because they wanted to keep them back, but because they have to deploy from point to point to point. They have to either be carried on ship, or they have to self-deploy, and it takes time, and they have other commitments. And so, yeah, this is that's the sort of sometimes some of the fun with the questions. It's a case of, it's the point I end, and then people go, well, why not about this? And I go, well, probably would happen, but I can't really say because I've already changed so much.
I'm going to take the pause as a moment to sign out because it's bedtime.
Take care, Doc. Go get some sleep.
I know.
Okay. Io, James Esther gets to inherit CV Katsugari. You are chosen to design her refit. What do you do? Let's see. If I get to refit her and design her, she is a decent sized carrier. If they get to keep her and rebuild her, and especially if I'm getting to refit her on the formation of the James SDF, so that's sort of 1954 time, I am probably turning her into a helicopter carrier of some kind for ASW operations, as that's sort of when they're coming in, or maybe not, maybe actually just a proper carrier, maybe a full carrier, because she could theoretically carry a decent number of aircraft. Would I be able to fit her to take jet aircraft? I doubt it. Without a massive refit, and I don't think I get the money for that. But I could. Again, peaking observation of forgotten innovation. It's a video. It's a article I wrote a few years ago for a thing when it's called the Naval History thing, and that's called Global Maritime History. It used to be called Naval History. Now it's called Global Maritime History, and it covers everything. It's a really good site. And yeah, I would probably get some of the very good things like the the Bearcat and etc. aircraft I could get from the allies who are from the various powers who are getting rid of their prop aircraft, and put on a pretty good carrier for my operations, for ASW operations, and giving my fleet some coverage. And working myself up. She's also not scrapped till November 1947, so yeah. It's a fun question. At Parmentier, hello. What happens if Hara Takagi decide to send scouts against Doctrine in the afternoon of 6 May 1942? Because I want those ships sunk. What happens during the battle and later during the war? It's an interesting one. That's the question. So if they send them, what happens? Anything from the panel? What do you think happens? I'm currently checking geographic distances. Panel, are you there, or have I lost your connection?
No, I'm still here. I'm just getting shot at a lot.
I've told you not to play computer games when we're talking. You get too distracted by the talking, and you fail your computer game.
This is actually, I think, the first time you've told me that. So.
Yeah, I was doing a classic mumism. In the UK, it's the classic thing. Whenever you're got a sort of mum role, you say "I've told you many, many times." And actually, this is the first time you ever told them.
Yes, we call that gaslighting.
No, it's called mumisms in the UK.
It's still gaslighting.
It is, but it's done from a place of affection and kindness.
So would we say that Dr. Clarke is now gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss?
Potentially, many, many things. Basically, if on the 6th of May they decide to send out and find what's going on, there are two options which happen. Okay, if they send scouts on the 6th of May, then potentially they discover Task Force 17 earlier, potentially. But the reality is, if they do discuss it, they also might miss it. So the thing is, it all happens is if they discover them in the afternoon, can they launch a night strike? No. Can they shadow them overnight? Probably not. So they've got to either get a strike off very quickly to try and hit them before it goes dark, because the Japanese haven't mass trained their force for night flying, night navigation, or they have to wait till the morning and hope the carriers are in roughly the Task Force 17 is in roughly the same place. The other option, of course, though, is that if the scouts are spotted, if they're followed back, the Task Force 17 finds out where the Japanese are. They still will have problems with night landings, etc., but they could well survive enough to make the landing and make the thing. And then you have a scenario where both carriers groups have an idea where the other one was the night before, and in the morning are probably not there, but are probably sending off aircraft where they think they might be. So they could end up both missing each other, they could end up both hitting each other. It could be a equal smash opportunity. Especially if both sides believe the other one doesn't know that they know where they were. Fisher, questions...
Well, when you look to your left and you see an enemy tank?
Yeah. Fisher 1906. The answer to the question of Fisher, if British India began heavily investing in the Royal Indian Navy from 22 onwards, they would be sloop-based. They would have built up a force of sloops. Especially with the treaty system as it is, they would have built up a force of sloops, because you can have as many of those under treaty limitations as you want without any effect, and you might have had a couple of cruisers. But it would be sloop-based. Cruisers, again, would be built, but that's going to cause trouble once you get the London Naval Treaty, where there is limitations on those things. But from 1922 onwards, it'll be sloops. It'll be sloops. They'd get a what we call a maritime security fleet and convoy escort fleet, basically trade protection. Dragon and Foxo, we have a question directly for you from Knight.
I see.
Hey.
For Knight 681, for Dragon and Foxo, as I let you know Friday, the Azur Lane February UR will be the Northern Parliament, but I ain't sure if you saw it. How long do you rate the Sovetska Ukraina being in the 5 ships? That's interesting enough English, Knight, that I even lost it. So I think you've done some condensing to get into one question.
I don't even remember.
Can you repeat the question?
For Dragon Watcher, as I let you know Friday, the Azur Lane February UR, so I presume that's some sort of event, will be Northern Parliament, but I ain't sure if you saw it. Why is the Knight now sounding like a Cockney? How long do you rate Sovetski Ukraina being in the 5 ships?
How low? Considering these are the people that did a massive event about how great Russia is, like a week after Russia invaded Ukraine, just because, whoops, this wasn't in our timeline when we set the event up like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
It's entirely plausible it will be. I don't think it's necessarily a low. And really, I think Sovietsky Ukraine is one of the only other ones that's really ever mentioned. You've got Soyuz herself and Ukraine are the two I recall that you tend to get mentioned much.
Yeah.
So then again, they could also just go, yes, well, this is this incredibly impressive Russian carrier.
In answer to
And
your
then-
question, Lions,
so-
no, I don't think Knight does realize how much Twitch allows you to add a longer message than YouTube. But I think I think Knight doesn't like Twitch for some reason. I seem to remember there being something said.
So as for how long,
He's allergic to Twitch, he's allergic to Discord.
Okay. Castanea, how much would you need to change for HMS Eagle to be in dry dock in Singapore at the start of December 1941? Not that much, actually. It's a fairly decent dry dock. Let's see, what's she up to in 1941 at that point? It's November 1941. We need her to be wandering around and able to be available there. So, let's do the exact check. She is lost in August 1942. She's in refit. So she's sent to the UK for refit in Liverpool in October 1941. So if she was sent instead to have her refit with her radar and everything else in Singapore, if for some reason they decided to send her to Singapore rather than to Liverpool for a refit, she could well be there. Her refit was historically completed 9th of January 1942. And she's supposed to work up for 5 weeks after that. But theoretically, if you sent her in, let's say, September 1941 for a refit, and actually, historically, she gets to UK in October, doesn't go into the dock until November. So, considering she's coming from the South Atlantic, if you did send her to Singapore, she could get there earlier. If you had it free for dry dock space, get her in. She could be coming out in December. And she could have taken her aircraft with her, and yeah, she could be there. That'd be kind of interesting if she was, because her normal air group was, by this point, mostly swordfish, but also could carry fulmars. And as we've been over before, in the nicest way, in the condition the Japanese bombers were when they attacked Force Z, or Force Z. I still sound so much like Force Zod. I don't like it. Force Z. They would have been. Well, they are low on fuel. They're not carrying guns because they needed to carry their torpedoes at long range. And they are Japanese twin-engine bombers. You have any fighters in the air, not only are they going to offer initial resistance, the actual the act of radio control those fighters is going to draw in the fighters which are based in Singapore, which were supposed to be coming out of support. Remember, thanks to miscommunication, where the RAF had said, we don't have any air support for you, meaning we don't have any strike aircraft for you, but the Navy had taken it as we don't have any aircraft for you, where, because the lessons from the Mediterranean, where the RAF would say, we have no fighter cover for you, but we have strike, or we have no strike aircraft for you, but we can send out fighters, hadn't made it to Singapore, so the communications weren't the same. Because the RAF and the Navy had managed to have a local agreement in the Mediterranean, but it had managed to stop itself once it got to the Air Ministry, and there was a whole debate as to whether it was accurate or not, and that's life. But so Eagle could have been there, and yeah, with those the Japanese bombers come in unescorted. Please note, I'm not saying Fulmars would do well against Zeros. They really wouldn't. But if the Japanese bombers historically were coming in unescorted, without any ammunition on their guns, even Fulmars can start wrecking. Would be more than capable for that, considering how Fulmars are done in the Mediterranean anyway. They would be able to wreck. They would wreck those bombers, and by the time they might be in any shape or form of going, oh, we're running short of ammunition or something, or we need to respond, there's probably Buffaloes arriving as well from Singapore. at which point you have quite a strong air defense going on. You also have your own swordfish aircraft to do searching, so the fleet could actually position itself differently because it would have the swordfish searching for where the Japanese are. But the thing is,
How about Swordfish, Alex, doing dummy runs on the Japanese to make them turn?
no. You're too busy. You're not
Nope,
launching.
okay.
You're too busy launching the full Mars. You're not going to start launching the swordfish for that run and get in the way of launching the full Mars.
Okay.
If it had been taken to Singapore for refit, would it have been able to have its radar fitted?
Yeah.
At that, seeing as the radar wasn't in.
Yeah,
Singapore?
they could have got the radar and everything out there. What they would have done is they'd have sent a material out to Singapore on a ship. So they sent the refit material out to Singapore to be refitted. So that would have been time to arrive before it had its refit.
Why didn't they?
Honestly, they probably decided that the Liverpool dock was a better dock to do it. Because it's got more experienced people. Remember, they've only done so much work to improve Singapore. And they're using Singapore for cruises and things like that, mainly, rather than aircraft carriers. And also, probably because they were planning on sending other carriers out to Singapore, so why would you send Eagle out there? At this point, at the point when she goes there, there's, Illustrious and Indomitable haven't had their kissing incident yet.
Yeah, true.
So Indomitable's scheduled to go out there, so why would you send Eagle out there, sort of thing. But the thing is, you send Eagle out there as a bit of an insurance policy. Now, so not much realistically needs to change for that to be a case. Thank you, Steve, for the test. And Wilson Triplets. What's with all the quad turret ships and designs during the Treaty era? Basically, it's about efficiency of weight distribution. It's trying to get the most efficient system you can in. And, yeah, it's because if you think about it, if for every turret you need a turret mechanism, you need you have the weight of the turret and all the other things, and actually adding an extra gun doesn't increase. A quad turret isn't 4 times the weight of a single gun turret. And that's the point. So it makes it more efficient weight-wise for you to have a quad turret rather than a single turret or a triple. So the more guns you can put per turret, the more efficient it is in terms of weight under the weight limits of the treaty system.
However, it does make your maintainers and your engineers cry.
It makes a lot of people cry. Stu, what do you think about anti-ship ballistic missiles? I think they are a lovely system to have as a threat. I think the moment you start trying to use them, you run into issues. It's one of those things of, okay, so we're launching ballistic missiles. Okay. How many are we launching? Well, to probably hit a carrier, considering it's going to hit it in roughly 40-something minutes time, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, but roughly 40 minutes is usually the flight because they go up. Okay? So, even if they're glide systems and they're very, very fast, they have to boost up and then come down. So, they go up. So, your opponent's moving, the ships are moving, so you have to predict, know where they're going to be in that time. Mid-course guidance and interception guidance on MIRVs, that's the re-entry vehicles, from ballistic missiles is very difficult to impossible, depending on the speed coming in. If they're coming in fast, which makes them more difficult to intercept, then there's going to be enough plasma around them that it's not going to be impossible to communicate with them at current levels of technology. We might be able to change this in future, but at the moment we can't. Most people tend to go, well, what about happens if you've got a satellite behind them sending the information down to them from behind? So the heat is in front of them, building up around. The heat on when these things builds up and goes round and flares round, and that interferes with communications coming in from all things. It's also one of the reasons why these systems come in blind and basically have to be pre-programmed with maneuvers, etc., to do that. So you have to do your targeting. There's also the problem of you're going to have to fire multiple. if you've got that, depends on how stable your opponent is in terms of whether they believe you're launching that at a carrier group or if you're launching at them, because you're launching ballistic missiles, and they have similar profiles to land attack ones, so they're going to be watching and going, oh, you're launching multiple ballistic missiles. And finally, there's the fact that realistically, anything worth attacking with an anti-ship ballistic missile is likely going to have the best defenses around to deal with those incoming weapons. They are likely going to have, especially their American carrier group, SM-3s and other systems to defend themselves. Which means you could launch the weapon and it could get defeated. And the moment it gets defeated, suddenly people are going to go, oh, that's not scary anymore. It's very scary as a threat, but using it lets a whole lot of issues out the bag, basically. Makes it very problematic for you. So, realistically, it's one of those weapon systems you almost want to keep as a threat because it's useful as a threat, but actually using it kind of shows its issues and suddenly undermines the threat.
Yeah. What's that? They won't do anything because of the implication. Why won't they do anything? Why does the implication work? Because of the implication. If you get rid of the implication, it all falls apart.
Any ballistic missile launch is, even if it's a short range missile, it's still going to set off all the alarms in all of the anti-ballistic missile places, which are going to go, is this a primary strike against us? And you have got very little time to decide whether it is or it isn't. So you've almost got a mad situation, even with a non-nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and also I would add, Melanie, you've said, okay, well, but what happens if using anti-ship ballistic missiles for 500 to 2,000 kilometer range, much shorter flight time? If you're waiting for the enemy to get that close to range to fire it, and again, firing at something which is worthwhile firing such a weapon at, you're possibly also in range of their systems which they're trying to kill you with. That's the advantage of anti-ship ballistic missile is it allows you to engage at long range. If you wait till they're close enough, they could be attacking you with their aircraft. They could be striking you with their, basically going for you with their own cruise missiles and those things. You've kind of got rid of its range advantage. Also, there's a lot of other weapon systems you want to be employing. So if you are using it at a shorter range, you're probably you can be using regular cruise missiles. You can be using other systems at range, which are far more economical and cost effective. So realistically, I would say the best use case for ballistic missiles and anti-ship ballistic missiles is if you use them in conjunction as land-based support for a attack which is coordinated with surface ships, submarines, and carrier-based aircraft. So you've got land also. So basically, you're trying to overwhelm the enemy defenses by attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. That's also going to be the scenario where you're going to have the most accurate information about where the enemy are likely to be and what the enemy are likely to be doing, so where you're hitting them. But the other problem is, what kind of warhead do you use? Because if you consider most of the ballistic missiles we're talking about, when they're, especially at about 5,000 kilometers range, they've got roughly an accuracy of 100 meters. If you miss your target on a carrier by 100 meters, an aircraft carrier, you could hit either end, but you could also hit well away to one side or the other side and be in the water, and then you don't do any damage to the ship. And again, if you miss it after all that firing and all that status, it's going to make you look a bit silly. It's one of those things of, it's like any massive weapon system. When you use it, you have to make sure you hit and do damage with it, because otherwise it's propaganda reflexes are going to cause more trouble than not using it would cause. So yeah, it's a case of they are a threat to be counted about and discussed and prepared for. They are, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you ignore them, but I'm just saying from the point of view using them, I see some people talk about, oh yes, we fire them immediately, and I'm going, I don't think you will. Because once you start thinking it through and start thinking through the other things, and this is one of the things, most of the nations which use these weapons are thinking them through very carefully. You know the problems with them better than I do.
Why are we talking about superluminal munitions?
I'm not sure. El Cid sometimes wanders off on these things, and I just let them do it in chat and just go, okay. But they start going with superluminal, and then they're also talking about brewing up a cuppa. So I'm presuming they're someone who's currently distracted by the fact they're making tea. Stafford. Of South America joined the Axis, which country would have caused such a headache for a free? Okay, I'm presuming, Stafford, that's the second part of a question.
Which you were explicitly told not to permit two-part questions.
And yeah.
Touchy will be T-posed upon.
Oh, yeah. IO, the modern, in nicest way, if you want to use radar from an MIRV, you're not going at Mach 7. You're not going at the fastest speeds. You are literally slowing down your entry as much as you can. You're trying to pursue a very slow entry, because in nice way, it gets too hot for the radar to see it, the radar seeker. It's one of those fun things. Radar and seeing through plasma and the heat of very entry, it's really not good. It's the thing is, again, what system do we this is the fun thing of things. Do you use thermal to guide in on a ballistic missile? Anyone want to answer that question? Do you use a thermal warhead?
Wait, say that again?
Do you use a thermal seeker warhead to guide in on a ballistic missile?
No.
Want to say why, Foxo? Because it's moving so fast that the hot area hottest area you'll guide in is actually going to be behind where you want to hit.
A, that. B, if you're intercepting it, you want to be hitting in front of it instead of behind it. Because if you're looking onto it, the exhaust plume you've already missed.
Oh, I don't know. The moment you start getting above Mach 7, you start getting issues with your radar. It really do, especially at the highest points where you're going to have the things. Mach 20, you'll have no view at all, but Mach 7, you'll have enough of issues. And I say this as someone who's been looking into this quite a lot over recent years. We are working out the problems, but we are nowhere near worked through the problems and worked out what all the problems are, because you have to remember the heat affects not just the transmitter on an active radar, but the return, and also introduces a... Look, if you're passing through water, if you pass through warm water as sound, and you have to remember, electromagnetic radiation acts as both a particle and a wave. If you pass through warm water versus cold water, there's a difference in how the sound refracts through it, and etc. There's effect on these things. And it's the same with the plasma. So you can see through it, but it's basically you can see through it and it's a distorted image. And it slowly gets more and more distorted until you can't see it through it at all. No, it's not exhaust is behind the MIV. It's not an exhaust. It's the heat point, the hottest point. It's basically because of the speed of the track information. The heat point registers as behind it.
Yeah, because heat takes time to dissipate. But and you also start to hit around Mach 7, the point in which you're generating plasma, generating enough electromagnetic interference. Electron-based computers have a lot of issues. And you start to need excessive levels of shielding for them.
Yeah. It gets a lot of fun.
Because plasma and very, very hypersensitive electronics don't mix.
Again, it's not exhaust I'm talking about in terms of the heat, Melanie. It's where the heat. Okay, because of the speed, especially of an MIRV coming in at 20 Mach 20, and those are things if you're talking about really high speed. It's where does the seeker register the heat as being, and the heat is here on the front, but because it's moving so fast, it's always behind it, as far as it's registering where it is. Because again, the basically where the way the energy is detected.
Yeah.
It's it's a fun piece of.
Yes.
Time.
If I remember correctly, it's also the fact that the warmest part of the cone will be halfway down the missile.
Yep.
Because despite the fact that missiles displace the air in front of it, it's still generating even more friction and more heat on the surface area on the side of it as well.
Yeah. And so the heat basically registers. The heat point that registers for your heat seeker is actually behind it.
Yeah.
It's.
But then you've got the exhaust plume of the motor powering it.
Yeah. Well, again,
which is more heat.
Once they're re-entry vehicles, they usually don't have. Once they're re-entering, they don't have. When they use their fast coming, they don't have the exhaust plume anymore. They have the fun of just coming in, and
hypersonics.
That's just and hypersonic stuff gets even more interesting. Look, this is the main problem once you get onto these really, really fast weapons is the fact that we're reaching the edge of our own ability with physics at the moment. And that's the problem. We're reaching not so much. We are starting to break into new physics, is what I describe it as. And that's going to cause us to basically level off for a few years until we make the breakthroughs.
If they're possible to begin with.
Well, we're going to find out what's possible and what's not.
Yeah. Because to a degree, there is a point where the atmosphere just goes, no, you're not going any faster.
Well, yeah, to get unfortunately, the thing is, if you're going by some methods of defining a hypersonic missile, it has to reach more than Mach 7 at some points in its flight, then you can go back to the V2 as being, I think, a hypersonic missile in some variants. I seem to remember someone talking about. I haven't gone and checked it, but I remember someone telling me this in a conference and going, that honestly doesn't surprise me because they went pretty fast. The fact is, I tend to go with something being hypersonic if it can do hypersonic for the majority of the flight. But again, you have the problem of if they slow down at the point at which they're in the engagement zone of enemy missiles, so they can actually hit the target, then they've put themselves at their greatest disadvantage when they're in range of enemy air defense missiles. The point you want to be going fastest is when you're in range of enemy missiles. You almost want to go slow and then go fast on the last bit if you're going to rely on speed. But we'll see how these things are going to develop over the next few years. And again, one of the things I think we're at is this is the point I make with drones as well as hypersonics and lasers and these systems, is we're sort of at the 1912 point with aircraft. We can see what's coming. We can see some very interesting stuff, but we are nowhere near the 1930s. And the point I always make is if you take the aircraft back from 1939, it doesn't matter if you took the Fairey Swordfish back from 1939 to 1914, you could wipe out the German fleet with it. It's a reliable torpedo bomber. And there isn't a single fighter available in 1914 that could actually catch it. When you consider its altitude and range and what it could operate in like. And exactly, Sadu. And for the price of this, how many harpoons can you... And that's the other trouble, as I keep pointing out. Large wars are industrial wars. They're about production. And a good enough vehicle, a good enough tank, a good enough weapon system produced in large numbers can often provide a far greater advantage than the exquisite. Although sometimes I feel like the Western world has forgotten that. We'll leave that to one side. Now, with that being said, let's take. Shall we take in some more questions and do a couple more questions before 1 a.m? Or shall we call it a night, as it's now 5 hours? So I'll leave it to the group to decide.
I don't know why you people are in such a rush. It's only 7:30 over here.
American.
I do not mind either way. More questions are never bad.
We'll keep going till 1 a.m. So I'll do that. I'll press the button on my. We'll see how long it takes for my computer to turn the button. How long does it take for Elgato and everything to communicate with the various parts of the system? So I press the button. Turn it on.
10 years later.
Wait, chat until the thing actually turns. This turns to open. But no, it's all going fun. I see Nightbot has been telling off many people in chat this evening. Nightbot has been having fun.
Oh, that might be. I was reading a very interesting article yesterday.
Yeah?
About how hypersonic drones, the size of quadcopters in AI swarms, are going to render the aircraft carrier obsolete. Because you could drop them out. You could drop them out of a transport plane, and they'd sink.
Okay, I think you can go.
I think
message came through from YouTube.
I think it is working.
Did it, Fleet, Steve? Because I don't see it.
It's on Alex's screen.
Steve's question did get through, but it hasn't updated the system. Yeah, now it's gone. Questions are now open, now flashing, so there you go. It can take questions. We're taking 5. And then I'll press the button again. And, so what was this? The quadcopters dropped from, what? A transport aircraft?
Yeah, dropped with an hour of battery life from a transport aircraft overflying a carrier battle group. And suiciding into the ships would render navies obsolete aside from submarines.
So why am I not taking out the... Why have I not taken out the transport aircraft a long time before it reaches me? What are my fighters aircraft and long-range air defense missiles been doing at this time?
Oh, the transport aircraft would have wingman drones. The air-to-air drones.
Yeah, I think I'm going to run out of... they're going to run out of drones long before I run out of air defense missiles at roughly 200 miles range.
Yeah.
I think they are... I don't think that's necessarily someone's thought through what they're actually dealing with here. It sounds lovely on paper as long as your opponent is an idiot.
Or I don't know, maybe your enemy doesn't know you're there somehow, a stealth cargo plane? What would that even look like?
I suppose you could turn a B-2 bomber into the role or something like that, but again, how many nations have that large a stealth aircraft and in that many numbers? And even then... Yeah... You're heading into one of the most heavily contested radiation spaces known to mankind. And the thing is, building such a system, people are going to know you're building it, so they're going to try and figure out a way to solve the problem. I'd also say the trouble with the quadcopters, and especially the cheap ones, is, okay, so I've got a cheap quadcopter. One of the more interesting systems I've seen and worked on for the idea for disabling these drones is just using the radar on them. Because the actual ship's radars can pump out enough radiation they will fry the electronics in those aircraft if they get within a certain range of them. So that means you can't use a basic cheap quadcopter, you have to harden it. you have to provide, which is going to make extra weight, which is going to require more powerful engines, which is going to require a bigger battery. And you see what happens to your simple quadcopter design very quickly?
It gets very expensive.
Yeah. Loitering munitions are nice. The British have been working on them for long enough. We've actually sold our options to other people. But yeah.
That's your 5, Alex.
Okay, let's press the bot off button and see how long that takes to happen. Oh, that happened rather quickly. Bot off takes seconds to happen. Bot on takes forever. Okay, so IO, what would happen? What would the impact be of Vickers managing to sell a few 6,000 to 10,000 ton Harrier carriers? That would have been economically very beneficial for the UK and kept the company going quite well. It would have also probably provided a lot more Harrier carriers around the world. And if you've got that many Harrier carriers, honestly, that as a precedent, then you could have more countries getting involved in it. Probably that means places like Australia have decided to continue their carrier program by having a Harrier carrier. Maybe even Canada have. And that could be a very interesting change in the world vis-a-vis the F-35B, etc.
At what point does Anglo-Argentinian relationship go to hoodoo? At what point does the Anglo-Argentinian relationship go to poop?
Well, usually we have quite a good relationship with them. But then occasionally they decide they want to invade the Falkland Islands, and we go, no. And the trouble is, usually we've been able to do it by just deterring it and still pretend to have a very good relationship with them. We just happen to send down a cruiser squadron, or we just happen to send down a frigate, a submarine, an auxiliary, or we just happen to send down a carrier group in that direction. And that meant no one did anything.
Or we just happened to send the Gurkha drill squad?
No, usually it was the Royal Marines, but let's be honest, the Royal Marines are their own special brand of fun.
I'm scared to ask
How many Harriers? How many Harriers are you getting on a 6,000 ton carrier?
Not many on a 6,000 ton carrier, probably about 6 to 8. But on a 10 to 12,000 ton carrier, you could probably get 6 or so. You could probably get 6 or so carriers and 6 or so Sea Kings, and that's perfectly good for a sea control ship. Sorry, U.S. Navy listeners who have just had an absolute fit because I said that word. I do apologize. I realize it does cause trauma. Okay, but that is what we're talking about. Sea control ship.
So you get 60. You get 18 Harriers on a 10,000 ton.
Well, you
carrier,
can if you basically design. Well, not really 18 Harriers, but you could, if you could do a deck parking as well, and weren't so worried about storing them all internally, it's going to reduce your numbers. It's going to increase your numbers quite happily. But so basically, Australia could probably manage a few more.
Going on.
Doc, you do realize that at a certain point, you say that so often, and you almost go out of your way to say it, that no one's going to believe you that it's incidental.
What can I say? Some things have multiple benefits. The fact that I actually
and short range missile launcher drone swarms.
The fact that on using that phrase, I have seen a retired Vice Admiral of the U.S. Navy literally bend over in their chair at a 45-degree angle, holding their heads in their hands, going, "No!" That was a fun evening.
So what you're saying is the next time I see Bushy, I need to just ask him about the sea control ship program.
There are officers from that era around the sea control ship who literally, if they hear that phrase, will collapse in trauma. In nicest way, if you want to look up what the US Navy's or very nearly Bradley program was, look up the sea control ship. Think about how the Bradley program, despite providing a very useful tool in the end, traumatized the US Army. That's the sea control ship for the U.S. Navy.
Basically, what I'm hearing is that we need to get rid of political involvement in procurement. Got it.
Stafford, what we see first, cooking with Clark's or Navy fitness with Dr. Clarke? I would never subject people to the images of me at the gym. Look, I have this rule, in the nicest way, I have a Tinder profile, thanks to the nagging of my cousins, etc., because apparently I am supposed to be dating. And you know, I actually put on my profile as a note. I said, "You will never see pictures of me at the gym here, because I am a sweaty, horrible mess. Because I actually do work at the gym, and I do not understand how there are people who take pictures of themselves looking at the gym like they are perfect and they've just come off a runway model or something like that. I do not know how you do that. I am a sweaty, horrible mess because I've actually been working out. I have no idea how people look like they are rock star, superstars, I don't know, when they come in the gym. It's just not me.
Hey, some people are into that.
Our nicest way, I'm not putting that photo up there. I do not want to talk
Moving
to
swiftly onwards from that.
Yeah. PDP processor, 42. Re4Z, radar fit Singapore. When no train staff, any equivalent radar fit done early in Australia? There are various things. There are some radar fits sort of heading to Australia. The trouble with the staff not being there is they were supposed to be there, but they've been they had been, how do I put this? Someone had a bright idea, and they were supposed to be sent to Singapore, but then they were sent to another area which they were worried was going to get long-range striked on, and they didn't think Singapore was actually high threat. The British were thinking the Japanese wouldn't do anything before June 1942. The Japanese moved, therefore, roughly 7 months early. 6-7 months early, depending on how you want to math it out. And so the British thought they had time. Classic Britain. Sadu, what's your favourite anti-ship missile? My favourite anti-ship missile is the classic Harpoon. Currently it's the Naval Strike Missile.
Quite a few things beat Harpoon, but okay.
I like the Naval Strike Missile. If I'm equipping a ship at the moment, I'm usually going for Naval Strike Missile. It's a good system. There are future ones which are proposed by people which look really good, but at the moment the one in service which I like is the Naval Strike Missile.
Red Angel.
The Russian one? What's the Russian one that's the equivalent of just throwing a school bus at your target?
P500 Basalt. But going on.
I'm surprised Foxo hasn't said Talos yet, but there you go.
I
think
don't want to open my mouth. Talos, not technically an anti-shipping missile, but the telegraph pole does not care if you're a Tu-4 or a frigate.
Well, to be fair, Fox, I'm cheating by using Red Angel. It's technically a missile. If you go off the definition of what a missile is.
I think...
But does the missile know where it is?
I think it is...
No, unguided.
I think it is the P700, not the P500. The Granite, aka Shipwreck, that they were thinking.
The Granite, yeah.
Because that's 7 tons, whereas the P500 is a mere just under 5 tons, you know.
Yeah, a school bus is 5 tons, a HGV is 7 tons.
Okay. It's basically, I'm shooting something which is a 7-ton thingy. How much is the warhead weigh? 3/4 of a ton. A 1,653 pound or 750 kilogram warhead in its conventional form, or a 500 kiloton nuclear warhead in its non-conventional form.
But the warhead doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, Stafford, we are not. At no
I
point
still
will I
like
ever be
Brimstone as
doing
a
a
missile.
Jim Day video. No, No, I'm not doing a gym day video. As said, again, sweaty, horrible mess. Not doing it.
I
will
think you should do.
I will happily go to the gym if people are, if everyone's there. I will happily. I am quite happy to go to the gym with people, and quite happy. I'm fairly good at spotting for weights. I'm quite a fun companion to have in the gym, apparently, as I will chat if you want to chat, and I will keep quiet if you want to keep quiet, as I'm just there to get exercise done. But more often not, I go to the gym on my own. And the one thing I have noticed happens quite a lot, especially it even happens down here in the gym, is that I can tell if there are boys misbehaving in the room very quickly. Because I don't know what it is about me, but I suddenly find all the girls in the room have gravitated around me in the gym, and they're on exercise equipment around me when there are boys misbehaving. I don't know what it is about what I'm doing in the gym. I don't know why it happens, but it just... I will look up and I'll go, I've gone from being empty to being surrounded, and then look over in the corner and, oh, there are a couple of people being prats in the corner. Oh. So that's why I'm now surrounded.
You've got dad bod energy.
No, he's not dad energy. He's unk energy. Late 30s, early 40s. Drinks too much iron brew. Knows way too much. Doesn't have kids. Unk energy.
I think also that a nice way. I'm not. Usually, I think it's because I'm keeping to myself. But I do find it funny how it can literally be my first time ever in a gym, and that can be happening. This actually happened in Japan, and I talked about it with Dan about it, going, I am the only British guy in the room. I am completely unknown to these people, and yet, because Dan walked in and went, you're surrounded. I went, yeah, look in the corner. And there were some guys basically being prats on the weights and kept dropping and going, and trying to sort of do the thing where, oh, I'm going to be doing my weights and I'm going to look over at the woman and I'm going to start blinking my eye and winking and all those things. And yes, literally, I have got the girls are all round me. And this is
lightweight, baby!
I'm sitting there going, how is it? Yeah, and in this scenario, what is it about me that makes me like this? I'll say, well, it always does make me laugh because literally when I do eventually go over to the weights, usually the guys who are just being curling themselves are going, yeah, I'm doing 40 kilograms or something like that. And then I just go in and my starting rep is 80. And I just build up from there. And it's just watching their faces going, what is this guy? And I was going, yeah, well, my requirement was always you had to be able to lift yourself, your pack, your mate, their pack, and that was how much you had to carry. So when you're doing your leg press, you had to be able to carry that much. You look like someone's husband. I don't wear any jewelry, but I suppose that doesn't mean anything these days. Yeah, I just find it weird.
I still think you could do a training for the naval gun race.
That was actually one of my things that once I did wanted to do. I wanted to do the training for that and do that. It would be a fun thing to do.
I do feel obligated to point out that, there are some people who would be greatly interested in content of you looking all sweaty and gross.
Next question?
Last question of the night. Stafford, how badly would the Royal Navy 16.5-inch guns shame the USN 16-inch guns? They wouldn't shame them because the 16-inch 50s are 50s, so they're going to have probably slightly longer range, but the 16.5-inch are going to be slightly bigger and have the penetrative because of that. So they're probably going to even out quite nicely. 16.5-inch 45s versus 16-inch 50s. It would be an interesting debate. And probably a lot of academic discussion about them. But both navies would probably agree that they would rather not be hit by the other's shells because it would be a significant emotional event.
There's a number of people looking at the wreck of Bismarck and looking at holes on both sides of barbettes and going, nobody wants to get hit by HMS Rodney.
No, you don't.
Nobody.
But Bismarck was scuttled by her crew. Never forget.
It don't matter. The holes are made by HMS Rodney. And they know it's one shell going in and the same shell going out on the other side.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be a turret barbette with armor.
Yep, still scuttled. I can hear the angry wereabouts coming into the comments now.
Ay, caramba. Actually, no.
We're here to sink them.
The thing about the Rodney is at a certain point in when she's getting close enough to Bismarck, she's firing at such a low depression, she's almost causing more damage to herself than she is to them. But, yeah. No, on the leg press, the thing I find amazing about it, and I do want to say this one, because this was something I learned a few years ago, because I got to roughly 240 kilograms when I'm when I've been training and I'm actually at the fittest I normally am. So this was pre-pneumonia. Now I've only just started back not that long ago. 3 times a week. I do the leg press once a week. I stop at about 180 in terms of the kilograms. I'm aiming to get back to 240, 260, which is what I was at. The world record for leg press is about 1,000 kilograms. Which the thing I found interesting was I thought that must have been a special machine, because honestly, how are you going to get that many weights on the machine? But you can, theoretically. You can do it, but it just seems so much weight to put on the whole machine. But yeah.
Sorry, Castaner, yes. Thank you very much. Scuttling Bismarck only saying Rodney ammunition.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Bismarck was scuttled, it only saved, ammunition. And she was also hit by torpedoes, I think, as well.
And fuel.
Yeah.
And fuel. And fuel. Very important for the battleships, for the saving of fuel.
Mm-hmm. Anna, all that, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. It is now 10 to 1 a.m. UK time. I don't know how many questions we've done on alternate history, but you will notice I have tried to schedule ahead with all the various ones coming up. And if you look very carefully, you'll notice that scheduled a fairly chunk away, there is also a modern Navy questions, etc. Scheduled currently for Bruships 237 on the 22nd of March. There is a modern Navy and naval history questions answered. And so basically what I'm planning to do going forward is every other week is something different. So it's going to be naval history questions normally. And then it's going to be things like science fiction and naval history. So this week's alternate history, next week's normal naval history questions. The week after that's going to be science fiction. Then the week after that's going to be naval history. Then the week after that's going to be alternate history. Then the week after that's going to be pure naval history. The week after that's going to be modern navy. The week after that's going to be naval history. And so working through like that, so we have a sort of bit of a pattern going and different things going on. And I'm hoping for the science fiction one I can get Glyn and perhaps even Venom Geek Media to join us as well, because it'd be fun to have them along.
And Dragon.
Oh, it is. Yeah, but I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the three-way discussion between Venom Geek Media, Dragon, and Glyn, which turns into a video on Venom's channel.
Oh God.
Also, Glyn needs to write more books.
Well, I'm sure we can always.
Well, if he comes on here, he won't be writing any books, will he? Because he'll be talking to us.
But he'll get
I'm
lots
sure
of
we can
ideas.
start discussions of Starfleet cruisers again between me and Venom and with Glenn.
I'm out of books. He had done the annoying thing of writing a book too quick that I was able to finish too quickly, and it's Glenn's fault.
Alex, release,
Hang on,
Alex,
have you
release,
considered-
release your books on the flower class. So Runon's got something to read.
They will
Really?
come out as soon as
No.
I, and
No,
as soon as I
dang
get
it,
time to
Glenn
sit down and be
left
happy
his
and edit
last
those,
book.
they will come out. But the trouble is, at the moment, every time I set aside a day to edit them, it seems to me I suddenly go, "Oh, great! I have no power," or "Oh, there's water gushing from the ceiling." "Oh, there's water gushing from the floor." That's not supposed to be. I am starting to wonder if the flower class book is doomed, or cursed, or something.
To be fair, we have had like 40 days straight of rain.
Yes, but this has not been coming through my roof. This has been coming from pipes which have been bumped, busted, or
Malinstalled.
yeah. Oh, that was fun times. But we're now through now.
Ronan, have you ever considered, reading or considering your desire to read more, writing fan fiction?
Hmm.
Look,
I'm sure you could do some fun
Have you-
fan fiction of Glenn's books.
have
Right,
you
I need to
considered
write
that
more Warhammer fanfic.
Shut up. Have you considered that I have a lifetime of cringe already and don't wish to add to it?
No, I think you should.
And
Fair
it's
enough.
bad enough that I've learned that my mother is writing fan fiction.
I mean, come on, could you imagine like Pirate Lord Runon and like Peacekeepers of Sol or something?
I wouldn't be a pirate. I'm too.
Or the Empire
lazy.
or the Empire of the Raven or something
I'm
what's it
too
called?
lazy and too nice to be a pirate.
Oh, I've
So
got
making your
Wambleton's
Beaky Boys
Castle Federation.
not boring.
Empire of the Raven and like Castle Federation or something.
I can't make my Beaky Boys not boring because that would require them to be boring in the first place.
I don't know.
No,
I just
yeah,
want-
they are. They are. Like,
The fact that you are a brain rotted TikTok addicted Zoomer and find anything that can't be digested into a sub 60-second video clip boring is not the fault of the beakiest of boys.
no, when they get actually good
Because
books,
you're a lady.
I might agree with you. But the end and the death I read over the course of 9 hours.
And
Your point has been demolished. Your books are just boring.
We'll be honest, last
You've
time I
got
remember
third
playing-
worst
It's not a
Primarchs.
Raven
At
Guard
least
book.
Lorgar is hateable, but interestingly hateable.
Well, last time I heard of Raven Guard in a book, they were pretending to not exist and ended up pretending to not exist so much they ended up causing the White Scars a whole bunch of trouble, almost doomed an entire campaign, and then basically said, "Oh well, it's your fault that you ruined our element of surprise."
Yeah, so they're like the Dark Angels with all the edginess, but without the follow through.
listen, I'm just saying that the Dark Angels wishes that they had our battlefield presence. I'm just saying.
We literally
Well,
invented
none
the
of it
tactic.
because your Primarch's lame, and there's
Eh.
hardly any of you.
We will continue tearing Runon apart later, I think, and then
Runon,
Then we'll see if they-
Counterpoint.
haven't seen Melanie's comment, Runon.
Oh, there's a lot of comments coming on.
like
Runon
Runon.
fanfic trademark. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like, Runon, I was literally I literally just traded a bunch of Raven Guard off a friend like a day or two ago because, to quote, they found the Crimson Fists better. Oh. They ran away to the audience.
So on the one hand, I feel like I should say that was rude, but on the other hand, it is completely justified. So I mean,
I would just leave you all this with the fact that the Iron Wolves beat you all and do have one of the coolest Primarchs, if not the coolest Primarch. It depends on your perspective in terms of his approach to logistics. I feel he is better at logistics than some others do, but I can understand why some think he doesn't have the best logistical sense. And with that being said, and thank you very much everyone for being here, and take care. And the great thing is, none of my colleagues realize I've turned off the transmission of their sound, so they can sing what they like, but I've won. Thank you, everyone. Take care for watching, and have fun. Thank you, everyone, and have fun. Runon, stop doing that. Oh, good lord.